Just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything.
He destroys. My mouth speaks the praise of Yah, and let all flesh bless his set apart name forever and
And
ever.
never. All praise to
Hallelujah.
Yah.
All praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Praise
Man,
Yah,
all
man.
praise to the Most
Praise the
High,
Most
Praise
High.
man.
y'all. Praise y'all.
Hey, y'all nasty, boy. Y'all nasty, man. Y'all know how to get somebody's spirit jump. Hallelujah.
All praise.
Hallelujah, man. I'm telling you, man.
Selling they soul, liquor and dope. Letting go of the rope, young and the old, slippery slope. Proverbs 1 and 24 is the cause of our woes. We don't even know. So many in the city lack a father. Ain't no winning till we turn back to the Father. No quitting, remain willing to go harder. Further,
You got good people out there. You still got to follow the
told us
commandments.
that the money come with problems and we got no way to solve them. If you got it, then you got them. Best believe that, bro. Open up the Bible, you will find yourself
And
inside it.
this is the message which we have heard from him and announced to you, that Elohim is light, and in him is no darkness at
In the
all.
scriptures, love life and put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to
I was
put the
thinking we
Father
actually,
over
since you said that, I was looking
everything.
at
Yeah,
Psalm
less about the
66,
power.
and
You
that's
could
what is
keep the
going on.
rings. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Could care less about the power. You could keep the rings. I'm just trying to put the Father
That's
over
that's when that lust kick in, man. You always got to be dealing with that
FOE
fight,
like a
that daily
mistletoe,
flesh
that's the
fight
way it
every
go. But
day,
we don't do paganism.
Every
every
day.
day.
Jews look strange to Americans. They ain't used to seeing Torah keeping people with no Satan in them. Some of us only keep the
I was
laws
able
in
to
our
connect
actions.
to
Other
one of
family
our
members got the
elders in
fingers on the
Africa
linens. We were once in the
of the
world
Limba
too
tribe.
till we discovered the truth. In that days we be doing something different. We follow the Abba to the T with no permission. Wrestling for blessings like you code, we on a mission. Fully understanding we're the vehicle to bring the truth to others while maintaining that Yahuwah is the engine. I don't think you heard me. I said y'all must be the engine. The Messiah came in his name. He is on one accord with him. In this land of kid, I'm always second guess doctrine that's polytheistic and not keeping the Father central. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Could care less about the
I don't think the Most High
power.
made a
You could
mistake.
keep the
That's how I look
rings.
at it.
I'm just
He
trying
knew
to
what was
put the
going on. He knew what he was
Father
going to do.
over
He knew how it was
everything.
going to play out. You know what I'm saying? He
Right on.
declared the
Everything. I'm
end
just
from the
trying to
beginning.
put the
So if it went like
Father
that,
over
That
it
sounds
meant
like
to
it's
go
Supposed
that
to
supposed
go
way.
to.
like that.
less about the power. You could keep the rings. I'm just trying to put the Father over everything. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Father over everything. Father over everything. Power, you could keep the rings. Father over everything. Yeah, yeah,
But I know y'all Hebrews, and I know it's late. So Shabbat Shalom. I love y'all, man. All
Love,
Love
bro.
you
praise
You
to
too.
the
bro.
Most High Yah.
Hey,
Love, brothers.
hey, Shabbat.
All praise. Psalm 126.
All praises. Psalms 126. When Yahuwah turns back the captivity of Zion, we shall be like dreamers. Then our mouth shall be filled with laughter, and our tongue with singing. Then shall they say among the nations, Yahuwah has done great deeds for them. Yahuwah shall do great deeds for us. We shall be glad. Turn back our captivity, O Yah, like the streams in the south. Those sowing in tears shall reap with songs of joy. He who goes on and weeps, bearing seed for sowing, shall indeed come in with rejoicing, bearing his sheaves. All praises.
All
Hallelujah.
praise. I like
Hallelujah.
that. When Yah turns back the captivity of Zion, we shall be like dreamers. Mm.
Praise.
Like like we've been living in a dream, like a nightmare. You know what I'm saying? Or it's gonna be like it's a dream that he did this for. We're gonna be like dreamers. Then our mouth shall be filled with laughter, laughing at all that we've been through in these foreign lands, stuff like that. And our tongues were singing the praises of the Most High. Then shall they say among the nations, Yahuwah has done great deeds for them. Man, look what the Most High did for them niggas. Okay, let's get to it. All right, Similitude 8. I'll start it off, unless you want to.
Yeah.
He showed me a large willow tree overshadowing plains and mountains. And under the shade of this willow had assembled all those who were called by the name of the Most High Yah.
Mm.
And the glorious messenger of the Most High, who was very tall, was standing beside the willow, having a large pruning knife. And he was cutting little twigs from the willow and disturbing them among the people that were
Distributed.
distributing distributing them among the people that were overshadowed by the willow. And the twigs which he gave them were small, about a cubit, as it were, in length. And after they had all received the twigs, the messenger laid down the pruning knife, and the tree was sound, as I had seen it at first. And I marveled within myself, saying, how is the tree sound after so many branches have been cut off? And the shepherd said to me, do not be surprised if the tree remains sound after so many branches were loped off. But wait, and when you will have seen everything, then it will be explained to you what it means. The messenger, the messenger had just distribute the branches among the people again, asked them from them, and in order in which they had received them were they summoned to him. And each one of them returned his branch. And the messenger of the Most High took and looked at them. From some he received the branches withered and moth
Ah,
eaten.
right.
Those who returned branches in that state, the messenger of the Most High ordered to stand apart. Mm. Others again returned them withered, but not moth eaten. And these he ordered to stand apart. And others returned them half withered, and these stood apart. And others returned their branches half withered and having cracks in them, and these stood apart. And others returned their branches green and having cracks in them, and these stood apart. And others returned their branches, one half withered and the other green, and those stood apart. And others brought their branches two thirds green, and the remaining third withered, and these stood apart. And others returned them two thirds withered, one third green, and these stood apart. And others returned their branches, nearly all green, the smallest part only, the top being withered, but they had cracks in them, and these stood apart. And of others, very little was green, but the remaining part withered, and these stood apart. And the others came, bringing their branches green, as they had received from the messenger. And the majority of the crowd returned branches of, of that kind. And with these, the messengers was exceedingly pleased, and these stood apart. And some and others returned their branches, give and others returned their branches green and having offshoots, and these stood apart. And with these, the messenger was exceedingly delighted. And others returned their branches, given green and with offshoots, and the offshoots had some fruit, as it were. And those men whose branches were found to be that kind were exceedingly joyful. And the messenger was exultant because of them. And the shepherd also rejoiced greatly because of them. And the messenger of the Most High ordered crowns to be brought. And there were brought crowns, formed, as it were, of palms. And he crowned the men who had returned the branches, which had offshoots and some fruit, and sent them away into the tower. And he also sent the others into the tower, those namely who had returned branches that were green and had offshoots, but no fruit, having given them seals, and all who went into the tower had the same clothing, white as snow. And those who returned their branches green, as they had received them, he set free, giving them clothing and seals. Now, after the messenger had finished these things, he said to the shepherd, I am going away, and you will send these away within the walls, according as each one is worthy to have his dwelling.
Okay, I'll pick it up for you right there.
Uh, we at 18.
Sorry. And examine their branches carefully. And examine their branches carefully, and so dismiss them. But examine them with care. See that no one escapes from you, he added. And if any escapes from you, I will try them at the altar. Having said these words to the shepherd, he departed. And after the messenger had departed, the shepherd said to me, let us take the branches of all these and plant them, and see if any of them will live. I said to him, Master, how can these withered branches live? He answered and said, this tree is a willow, and of a kind that is very tenacious of life. If therefore the branches are planted and receive a little moisture, many of them will live. Okay. And now let us try and pour waters on them. And if any of them live, I will rejoice with them. And if they do not, I at least will not be found neglectful. And the shepherd ordered me, call them as each one was placed. And they came rank by rank, and gave their branches to the shepherd. And the shepherd received the branches and planted them in rows. And after he had planted them, he poured much water on them, so that the branches could not be seen for the water. And after the branches had drunk it in, he said to me, let us go and return after a few days and inspect all the branches. For he who created this tree wishes all those to live who receive branches from it. And I also hope that the greater part of these branches which receive moisture and drink of the water will live.
Let me see something. Okay. Go ahead, Doc.
I said to him, Master, explain to me what this tree means, for I am perplexed about it. Because after so many branches have been cut off, it continues sound, and nothing appears to have been cut away from it. But this, now, I am perplexed. Listen, he said, this great tree that casts its shadow over plains and mountains and all the earth is the law of the Most High. That was given to the whole world. And this law is the Son of the Most High, proclaimed to the ends of the earth, and the people who are under its shadow are they who have heard the proclamation and have believed on him. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere right now, right?
Right.
We're starting to get what it really means, right?
Right. Talking about that law that was given to the whole world. And this law is the son of Elohim,
Wow.
which is the word, right? The
Right.
word of the Most High. Right.
That's why he said, if you love me, keep my commandments, right?
Right. Proclaim to the ends of the earth.
So everybody heard about Mashiach, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole world done heard about Jesus. Come on.
And everybody say he called the word of God. That's what they say, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, 27. And the great and glorious messenger Michael is he who has authority over this people and governs them. For this is he who gave them the law into their hearts of the law into the hearts of believers. He accordingly superintends them to whom he gave it, to see if they have kept the same. And you see the branches of each one, for the branches are the law, you see. Accordingly, many branches that have been rendered useless, and you will know them all. Those who have not kept the law, and you will see the dwelling of each one. I said to him, Master, why did he dismiss some into the tower and leave others to you? All, he answered, who transgressed the law which they received from him, he left under my power for conversion. But all who have satisfied the law and kept it, he retains under his own authority. Who then, I continue, are they who were crowned and who go to the tower? And who go to the tower? These are they who have suffered on the account of the law. But the others, and they who would turn their branches green and with offshoots, but without fruit, are they who have been afflicted on account of the law, but who have not suffered nor denied their law. And they who returned their branches green as they had received them are the venerable, and the just, and they who have walked carefully in a pure heart and have kept the commandments of the Most High. And the rest you will know when I have examined those branches which have been planted and watered. And after a few days we came to the place, and the shepherd sat down in the messenger's place. And I stood beside him, and he said to me, gird yourself with pure, undressed linen, made of sackcloth. And seeing me girded and ready to minister to him, summon, he said, the men to whom belonged the branches that were planted, according to the order in which each one gave them in. So I went away to the plain and summoned them all, and they all stood in their ranks. And he said to them, let each one pull out his own branch and bring it to me. The first to give in were those who had them withered and cut. And because they were found to be thus withered and cut, he commanded them to stand apart. And the next they gave them in who had them withered but not cut. And some of them gave in their branches green, and some withered and eaten as by a moth. Those that gave them in green, accordingly, he ordered to stand apart. And those who gave them in dry and cut, he ordered to stand alone with the first.
Right, Matt. What verse was that again?
36.
What verse? You want 36 now? Or you just finished 36?
36.
Okay, yeah, we're on 36. Okay, go ahead.
Next, they gave them who had them half withered and cracked, and many of them gave them in green and without crooks. I guess that's supposed to be cracks. And some green and with offshoots and fruits on the offshoots, such as they had who went after being crowned into the tower. And some handed them in withered and eaten, and some withered and uneaten, and some as they were half withered and cracked. And he commanded them each one to stand apart, some toward their own robes, and others apart from them. Then they gave in their branches who had them green but cracked. All these gave them in green and stood in their own robe. And the shepherd was pleased with these, because they were all changed and had lost their crack. And they also gave them in who had them half green and half withered. Of some accordingly, the branches were found completely green, of others half withered, of others withered and eaten, of others green and having offshoots. All these were sent away, each to his own row. Next, they gave in who had them 2 parts green and 1/3 withered. Many of them gave them half withered, and others withered and rotten, and others half withered and cracked. And a few green, these all stood in their own row. Somebody pick it up for me.
Anybody? I'll go again. And they gave them and all who had them green, but to a very slight extent extent, withered and cracked. My bad. Withered and cracked. Of those, some gave them in green, and others green and with offshoots. And these also went away to their own row. Next, they gave them who had a very small part green and the other parts withered. Of these, the branches were found for the most part green and having offshoots, and the fruit on the offshoots, and others altogether green. With these branches, the shepherd was exceedingly pleased because they were found in this state, and these went away, each to his own row. After the shepherd had examined the branches of them all, he said to me, I told you that this tree was tenacious of life. You see, he continued, how many converted and were saved. I see, master, I replied, that you may behold, he added, the great mercy of the Most High Yah, that is, that it is great and glorious, and that he has given his spirit to those who are worthy of conversion.
Praise.
Mm. Why then, master? I said, did these not all convert? He answered, to them whose heart he saw would become pure and obedient to him. He gave power to convert with the whole heart.
Why kind of hard
Mm.
out?
With the whole heart.
And
But to them,
that's being real specific right there too, right?
it is. It is. It is. But to them whose deceit and wickedness he perceived and saw that they intended to convert hypocritically. I mean,
like a
how you
hypocrite.
say that word? Hypocritically,
Right.
he did not grant conversion. At least they should again profane his name.
Wow. At least they should again profane his name, right?
Right.
And that make
Right.
me think, I ain't really trying to talk about nobody, you know, but I was just talking about this one woman on the YouTube. It's like, yeah, she converted, man, but she still be looking like a whole dyke out here. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, not as my woman, I was like, she be on like that, you know, like, oh yeah, we Israel. She was like, nah, she ain't with that. And I was like, okay. Because if, you know, she might not, you know, convert wholly, man, unless she profane the name of the Most High. Right?
Right. And then he saw that, like he said, Saul will become pure. He answered, to them whose heart he saw will become pure and obedient to him, he gave power to convert with the whole heart.
Right. With a whole heart. It's
Right.
different right there. Because
To
one, like
them who
you get that full conversion, right? That come with the name and everything, right?
right.
I'm like,
But to them, look at this part too. But to them whose deceit and wickedness he perceived and saw that they intended to convert hypocritically,
right.
you know, like I'm just gonna convert just to be seen a man or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not really converting. I'm not really thinking about the Most High like that, and deep in my heart, because Most High try to insides, right?
Right.
So he did not grant conversion. At least they should again profane his name. Profane his name. Yeah, that's deep right there. I said to him, Master, show me now with respect to those who gave in the branches of what sort they are and their abode, in order that they hearing it who believed and received the seal and broke it and did not keep it whole. Wait a minute, let's see, 48. 48. Let me read that 48 again. Okay. I said to him, Master, show me now with respect to those who gave in the branches of what sort they are, and their abode, in order that they hearing it, who believed and received the seal and broke it and did not keep it whole, may on coming to a knowledge of their deeds convert and receive from you a seal, and may glorify the Most High because he had compassion on them and sent you to renew their spirits.
Okay, there's a lot.
Listen, he said, it is. Listen, he said, they whose branches were found withered and moth eaten are the apostates and traitors of the assembly.
Mm,
Wow.
mm,
Who have blasphemed the Most High in their sin,
mm.
and, and have, moreover, been ashamed of the name of the Most High by which they were called.
Right.
These,
Okay.
these,
That's
these
that.
therefore, would you say?
That's that mouth eating. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We read this Similitudes feel like ages ago already because it's been so long, right? But now we starting to get what the mouth eating was about, right?
Right, right. Mm. These therefore, at the end, were lost to the Most High. Mm. These therefore, at the end, were lost to the Most High. Let me read that over a little bit. Let's see. Okay, he said, They whose branches were found withered and moth eaten are the apostates and traitors of the assembly, who have blasphemed the Most High in their sins, and have moreover been ashamed of the name of the Most High by which they were called. These, therefore, at the end were lost to the Most High. That's why a lot of people get lost into like Egyptology and, you know, find themselves listening to all these, everything else that had already read the Bible, been called by the Most High,
Right. Right.
probably
And
been healing, all type of stuff, but then they get lost to like the waspy. You know what I'm saying?
and
And
that's
deep
why
in it.
I call them apostates and traitors, right?
Hmm.
That's why I call them apostates, right? Because they was already called, but they renounced it. They like, nah, I ain't dealing. I ain't
Right.
dealing. You feel me? You know what I'm
And I
saying?
brought up
Once you do that's what you primarily doing. You blaspheming in the name of the Most High in your sins. You already sinned, and now you blaspheming His name. Once you become a traitor and an apostate.
right. And
Go
I
ahead.
was wondering why there's one brother that was, deep in this, then went to the waspy. And then they asked him like about the Messiah. One said he was a virgin, the scriptures say virgin birth. The other one say, I think regular birth or whatever. And then the brother asked him, which one do you believe? He said, none of your business. Why would he say none of your business? And he was deep into this Bible. Now he talking about Paul and them fighting against each other, and hey, it's crazy. You can see how the Most
Hey,
High just take that away from you.
are you talking about the brother that I think I know who you're talking about. I forgot his name, but he wears like he does uh
Malachi Maccabee. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
with the dude with the white that be wearing the white hat. Maybe he just wore it in that video, but he was deep in the knowledge. He was spitting all the knowledge, and then all of a sudden he came out as not believing in, kind of refuting
The
Israelite
scripture,
doctrine.
yeah,
He an
saying
apostate.
that saying that they didn't eat fish, they ate grapes, all type of crazy stuff. You can't eat meat. I mean, all type of crazy stuff now.
It
So
is.
it
But
say,
It's
he was,
crazy.
but
it
he
say
was a
he
brother
lost to
that was
the,
going hard in here. He was going hard in these scripts, and you know,
and at the
I don't
end,
know how
he lost to the Most High.
lost, right? And
Lost.
Yaki, same thing with Yaki, right?
Why do you think
Crazy,
that? Why do you think that happens? Do you think like it's the
like
it's a
like we was
too
just reading right here. It's exactly what we was
yeah
just reading.
yeah.
Exactly what we was just reading.
Apostates and traitors, right?
Hmm.
So if they come back to come, so how do we treat there's apostate like you done like you can't come back, or or how do you work that in a if somebody does something like these guys do and then they come back and try to get into a congregation, like how does that work? You can't, once you reject the Lord, you can't come back. Like I never.
Well, it say, well, what we reading, it said, and moreover, been ashamed of the name of the Most High by which they were called, right? So, like, Most High already called you. I said they was going hard in it. And then, like I said about the apostate, you renouncing what you formerly knew, right?
You renouncing it, and then somebody asks you, you say none of your business. That way, you won't anger both sides. You might still believe it was a virgin birth, but you know, but if you say that, then the other brothers that you reading out of WASP with gonna be looking at you crazy, like how can you believe that? And you here with us.
What's waspy?
It's a WASP Bible. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation right there.
A
It's
waspy.
whole nother
Okay.
conversation. Marv can tell you about that though. Marv can tell
Okay,
you
maybe
about
at the end, you guys can knowledge me up.
it. It's something new though. Came
And that's
around in 1970, I think, something like that. I
and
don't
that's
know when it
Mm,
came.
and that's what it is too. Like you say, it's that pride and that knowledge, right? Because knowledge puffs up, like the scriptures say, right?
Right, right. And then the Most High said, start reading them books that had no end to them. That's
Mm-hmm.
exactly what be happening.
Right.
Now you get to say, we know how the word God and Lord is all pagan, but they call him Lord God, this God, but then they call the one the creator. So it's like, man, we know what God and Lord God is. You know what I'm saying? And now y'all making them out of deity. So
okay.
yeah,
Okay,
let's
that
go.
makes sense.
All right, 50. And you see that not a single one of them converted, although they heard the words which I spoke to them, which I enjoined on you. From such life departed. Mm. And they who gave them in withered and undecayed. These also were near to them, for they were hypocrites and introducers of strange doctrine.
Come
Look at
on,
that.
man. Come
Come
on.
on, man. That's crazy.
Come on. And we seeing this these days out. You know what I'm saying?
Right. We
You know,
see it.
hey, even from our brother, even from some of our brothers on the corner. I even heard one brother tell me, matter of fact, I ain't even gonna be a bully because he already put the note on my desk. You feel me?
Mm. And introducers of strange doctrine and subverters of the servants of Elohim and subverters. What is that?
All right. What do you mean?
Is
This
that
this sound this sound like straight brothers on the corner stuff right now, right?
mm, turning them away?
Yeah,
Is that what that is?
yeah. All right, go get the
That's what
definition
it sounds
of
like.
get the
Let's
definition.
get the definition.
Hey, Marv, can you grab that? Subverters.
Give me 1 second. All right.
Okay. That sound like, like these also were near to them, for they were hypocrites and introducers of strange doctrine
I
and
got
subverters of the service of Most High, especially of those who had sinned, especially the ones who sinned, they follow right behind them dudes then,
and what
right?
else to say?
Not
What else to say?
not allowing them to convert,
Mm-hmm.
but persuading them by foolish doctrine.
That sound like brothers on the corner, for sure. Not allowing them to convert. Man, you can't be
Right,
saved Gentile. Come on, that's not
right.
allowing them
All
to
right,
convert.
you ready for that definition?
Mhm.
To
Yeah,
undermine the power and authority of an established system or institution.
mm,
To undermine the power and authority.
Mm.
and, and introduces a strange doctrine and undermine the power of authority of the servants of the Most High, especially of those who had sinned, not
Mm-hmm.
allowing them to convert, but persuading them by foolish doctrines. Like they didn't eat fish, they ate grapes. These accordingly have a hope of conversion.
Mm.
And you see that many of them have also converted since I spoke to them, and they will still convert. But all who will not convert have lost their lives.
Mm.
Mm. And as many of them as converted became good, and their dwelling was appointed within the first once, and some of what they say out
What you got? Where you at?
53, I think. Let me look. The rest of 53. And their dwelling was appointed. What did it say?
Within the first walls.
Keep
Within
going.
within the first walls, and some of them even ascended into the tower.
Okay. You see then, he said, that conversion involves life, that conversion involves life to sinners, but non-conversion, death.
Mm.
And as many as gave in, the branches have withered and cracked. Hear about them. Also, they whose branches were half withered to the same extent are the wavering, for they neither live nor are they dead.
That sound like that lukewarm right there.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say that back in the last chapter when you was reading.
Oh, okay.
And they who have them half withered and cracked are both waverers and slanderers, railing against the absent, and never at peace with one another, but always at variance, always debate.
Mm.
And yet to those, also he continued, conversion is possible. You see, he said that some of them have converted, and there is still remaining in them, he continued, a hope of conversion. And as many of them, he added, as have converted, will have their dwelling in the tower. Those of them who have been slower in converting will dwell within the walls. And as many as do not convert at all, but abide in their deeds, will utterly perish. And they who gave in their branches green and cracked were always faithful and good. So he emulate, he emulate, man, how can you say that? He
Emulating,
emulate, em,
emulating.
emulating each other about the foremost places and about fame. Now all these are foolish and indulging in such a rivalry. Yet, you see a 60 on the next page. Yeah. Anybody else want to go? You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I could read up.
Okay, starting at 60.
Yet they also, being naturally good, on hearing my commandments, purified themselves, and soon converted their dwelling accordingly was in the tower. But if anyone relapse into strife, he will be cast out of the tower and will lose his life. Hmm. Life is the possession of all who keep the commandments of the Most High.
Come on, we finally got us a real big statement in this Similitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
It say life is the possession of all who keep the commandments of the Most High. Come on. We possess life and we keep his commandments. That's what this is what the scripture's saying. We possess life and we keep the commandments of the Most High. Come on.
But in the commandments, there is no rivalry in regard to the first places of glory of any kind, but in regard to patience and personal humility among such persons. Then is the life of the Most High, but among the quarrelsome of transgressors, death. Mm.
Mm.
And they who gave in their branches, half green and half withered, are those who are immersed in business and do not cleave to the Holy One. For this reason, the one half of them is living and the other half dead. Many accordingly who heard my commands converted, and those at least who converted had their dwellings in the tower. But some of them at last fell away. These accordingly do not have conversion, for on account of their business they blasphemed the Most High and denied him. They therefore lost their lives through the wickedness which they committed. Mm. That's like kind of like how we in the mark of the beast and all that too coming up.
Mm.
Uh-huh. They committed, and many of them doubted. These still have conversion in their power. If they convert speedily, and their abode will be in the tower. But if they are slower in converting, they will dwell within the walls.
Mm.
And if they do not convert, they too have lost their lives. Mm-hmm. And they who gave in their branches 2/3 withered and 1/3 green are those who have denied the Most High in various ways. Many, however, converted, but some of them hesitated. And some of them hesitated and were in doubt. These then have conversion within their reach. If they convert quickly and do not remain in their pleasures, right? What did it say? What was it? They said, but you know, don't put off a day to day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the serve the Most High, right?
Right, man.
So now we're seeing this is almost like a time frame in this thing. It say quickly and slowly, right? So
Mm-hmm.
we see people, they say people be like, yeah, I'm gonna get my life right when I get a little older and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He said they
Yeah,
don't convert quickly.
right. They said because they don't know when you know, life get cut short quick. You know, I forgot exactly what that script say, but yeah, you know, they said at the end could be any time.
Right.
We're in doubt. We'll start back up top. These then have conversion within their reach if they convert quickly and do not remain in their pleasures. But if they abide in their deeds, these too work to themselves death. And they who returned their branches 2/3 withered and 1/3 green, and those that were indeed faithful, but after acquiring wealth and becoming distinguished among the heathen, they clothed themselves with great pride and
Mm.
became lofty minded. Among the heathen, they clothed themselves with great pride. I think they said pride is when one turned away from the Creator.
Right.
And because become lofty minded and deserted the truth.
And fled. When you desert something, that means you left it, right?
Right.
I mean, you was there at one time. And you like, nah, I'm out of here.
And did not cleave to the righteous, but lived with the heathen. And this way of life became more agreeable to them.
Hey, keeping up with the Joneses became more agreeable, right?
Right. Now you gladly put that Christmas tree up that you used to fight for, you know, all that type of stuff. Gladly keeping Easter. You know, ain't no fight going on. You done gave over to it.
Many of them converted to leave the tower. Where we at? Okay, here we go. They did, however, depart from Elohim.
69.
I want to say too. Lofty means it's a couple of definitions, but one is thick and resilient.
Lofty.
Lofty minded.
Lofty minded. Okay. Say it again. What was that?
So they got different definitions, but one of them is thick and resilient. So basically being resilient.
They mind became resilient, especially, you know, because we talking about people that's that start getting that dough, that start acquiring that wealth, right? Becoming distinguished among the heathen, right? You know how people get when they become distinguished among the heathen. Come on now.
Here go some more definitions: proud, aloof, or self-important, and then another one of noble or exalted nature. So they feel like they like a king or something.
Yeah, because they are distinguished among the heathen. You know what I'm talking about? The heathen accept me. You feel me? I got my wealth up. You know what I'm talking about? And like you say that way of life became more agreeable to them than, you know what I'm saying, seeking the Most High.
Right. And that's where you get the double-mindedness, like still loving the Most High, or not say loving the Most High, but like that scripture we read, they had their own gods, but they feared the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we see that amongst our people a lot, especially, you know, niggas that, your brothers that, you know, say they getting money, they'll look at you like, oh, you a Christian, you know, what's God doing for you? And they be hustling, got all the money, they look at you like you crazy, you know what I mean? If you broke or something, you know what I'm saying? I seen that.
69.
All right, my bad. Brittany going her nose. They did not, however, depart from Elohim, but remain in the faith, although not working the works of faith. Many of them.
That
Many of them.
That sound like modern day, those that distinguished, at them big churches, you know what I'm saying? They remained in the faith. So they going to church every Sunday, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
They work the works of the faith. Because faith without works is dead, right? So that means they ain't keeping the commandments, basically.
Right.
Oh yeah, not working the works, right? Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Many of them accordingly converted, and their dwelling was in the tower.
Mm.
And others continued to live until the end with the heathen and being corrupted by their vainglories, right? Vainglories departed from Elohim, serving the works and deeds of the heathen.
So they say the other ones that kept on saying, man, I'm distinguished among the heathen. I'm talking about I ain't converting. You feel me? We see a destruction for them. But it say those who did convert, they was able to go to the tower, right? Because it's like, you know what I'm saying, when you got that money and you put that money up, you know what I'm saying, you start all that money, which I was talking about that one Shabbat, millionaires giving to the poor and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Loving
Right.
they accordingly. When they get that up and turn to the Most High, they say, man, you able to make it to the tower. Come on. Go ahead.
All right. These were reckoned with the heathen, but others of them hesitated, not hoping to be saved, on account of the deeds which they had done, while others were in doubt and caused division among themselves. To those, therefore, who are in doubt on account of their deeds, conversion is still open, but their conversion ought to be speedy, that their dwelling may be in the tower. And to those who do not convert, but abide in their pleasure, death is near. And they who give their branches green, but having the tips withered and cracked, these were always good and faithful, and distinguished before Elohim. But they sinned a very little, though indulging small desires, and finding their faults with one small desire, and finding, okay, my bad, and finding little faults with one another. But on hearing my words, the greater part of
At the top.
all right. But on hearing my words, the greater part of them quickly converted, and their dwelling was on the tower. Yet some of them were in doubt, and certain of them who were in doubt wrought greater dissensions. Among these, therefore, is hope of conversion, because they were always good, and with difficulty will any one of them perish. And they who gave up their branches withered, but having a very small part green, are those who believe only, yet continue working the works of iniquity. They never, however, departed from Elohim, but gladly bore his name and joyfully received his servants into their houses. Having accordingly heard of this conversion, they unhesitatingly converted and practiced all the virtue and righteousness, and some of them even suffered being willingly put to death, knowing their deeds which they had done. Of all these, therefore, the dwelling will be in the tower. And after he had finished the explanation of the branches, he said to me, go and tell them to everyone that they may convert, and they will live to Elohim, because the Most High, having compassion on all men, has sent me. To give conversion, although some are not worthy of it, on account of their works, but the Most High, being long suffering, desires those who are called by his Son to be saved. I said to him, Master, I hope that all who have heard them will convert, for I am persuaded that each one on coming to a knowledge of his own works and fearing the Most High will convert. He answered me and said, all who with their whole heart will purify themselves from their wickedness before enumerated and will add no more to their sins, will receive healing from the Most High for their former transgressions. If they do not hesitate at these commandments, and they will live to Elohim, but you walk in my commandments and live, having shown me these things and spoken all these words, he said to me, and the rest I will show you after a few days.
All praises. Hey, say la one time. All praises.
All praises.
Hey, we on 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the iPhone taking pictures like that.
Yeah, man, I was a little, it was so many pictures, you know what I'm saying? I just
Okay.
started thinking.
I feel bad. Man, you have to read this off the screen. Not Big Man, he got his book open. Big Man just have his book open.
It's too small on the book, Shaq.
Oh, okay.
You gotta grab that magnifying glass out. You gotta get that glass.
You gotta pull that back out.
I get dizzy after a while reading through the magnifying glass.
Hey, reading this, you're just gonna have to tilt your head a little. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I can't move it. Yeah, it's a little, just after that command, just say, and just know that. After that, you should be good.
Hey, I just tilt your head to the left a little. You look straight.
Like, nah. After I had written down the commandments and similitudes of the shepherd, the messenger of conversion, he came to me and said, I wish to explain to you what the Holy Spirit that spoke with you in the form of the assembly showed you. For that spirit is the son of Elohim. For as you were somewhat weak in the flesh, it was not explained to you by the messenger, when, however, you were strengthened by the Spirit, and your strength was increased so that you were able to see the messenger also, then accordingly was the building of the tower shown to you by the assembly. In a noble and solemn manner, you saw everything as if it was shown by a virgin, but now you see them through the same Spirit as if shown by the messenger. You must, however, learn everything from me with greater accuracy. For I was sent for this purpose by the glorious messenger to dwell in your house, that you may see all things with power, entertaining no fear, even as if it was before. And he led me away into Arctica to a round hill, and he placed me on top of the hill and showed me a large plain, and around the plain 12 mountains, all having different forms. The first was black as soot, and the second bare without grass, and the third full of thorns and thistles, and the fourth with grass half withered, the upper parts of the plants green, and the parts about the root withered. And some of the grasses, when the sun scorched them, became withered. And the fifth mountain had green grass,
Hold
and
on
was
now.
red.
Hit 8 again. Let's see. Okay. There we go at the top.
And the fifth mountain had green grass and was ragged. And the sixth mountain was quite full of cliffs, some small and others large. And the cliffs were grassy, but the plants were not very vigorous, but rather, as it were, decayed. The seventh mountain again had cheerful pastures, and the whole mountain was blooming, and every kind of cattle and bird were feeding on that mountain. And the more the cattle and birds,
And he read that like he knew what was next. Let's see. Where's that?
go to the next
Okay.
page, number 8.
There we go.
And the
There we
more the
go.
cattle and birds ate, the more the grass of the mountain flourished. And the eighth mountain was full of fountains, and every kind of the Most High's creatures drank from the fountains of that mountain. But the ninth mountain had no water at all, and was wholly a desert, and had within it deadly serpents which destroyed men. And the tenth mountain had a very large tree and was completely shaded, and under the shadow of the trees, sheep laid resting and what does that ruminating?
Right.
And the
Something like that.
the 11th mountain was very thickly wooded, and those trees were productive, being adorned with various kinds of fruits, so that anyone seeing them would desire to eat of their fruits. The 12th mountain again was wholly white, and its aspect was cheerful, and the mountain itself was very beautiful. And in the middle of the plain, he showed me a large white rock that had arisen out of the plain. And the rock was more lofty than the mountain, rectangular in shape, so as to be capable of containing the whole world. And that rock was old, having a gate cut out of it. And the cutting out of the gate seemed to me as if recently done. And the gate glittered to such a degree under the sunbeams that I marveled at the splendor of the gate. And around the gate were standing 12 virgins. The four who stood at the corner seemed to me more distinguished than the others. They were all, however, distinguished, and they were standing at the four parts of the gate, two virgins between each part. And they were clothed with the linen tungents, what is that? Tunics, and gratefully girded, having their right shoulders exposed, as if about to bear some burden. Thus they stood ready for were exceedingly cheerful and eager. After I,
Hey,
I had
two.
after I had seen these things, I marveled in myself, because I was beholding great and glorious sights. And again, I was perplexed about the virgins, because although so duplicate, they were standing courageously as if about to carry the whole heavens. And the shepherd said to me, "Why are you reasoning in yourself and perplexing your mind and distressing yourself? For the things which you cannot understand, do not attempt to comprehend as if you were wise, but ask the Most High, that you may receive understanding and know them. You cannot see what is behind you, but you see what is before. Whatever then you cannot see, leave alone, and do not torment yourself about it. But what you see, make yourself master of it, and do not waste your labor about other things. And I will explain to you everything that I show you. Therefore, look
That,
on.
that's kind of deep right there, how he said that,
Yeah.
don't worry about things that you don't understand. Ask the Most High if you can, if he give you the understanding, but what you understand, master it. You know what I'm saying? That's deep right there. Just saying that. And you reading good too, Jermaine. I like the way you reading too. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, 21. I saw 6 men come tall and distinguished and similar in appearance, and they summoned a multitude of men, and they who came were also tall men, and handsome and powerful. And the 6 men commanded them to build a tower. To build a tower above the rock. And the noise of those men who came to build the tower was great, and they ran here and there around the gate. And the virgins who stood around the gate told the men to hasten to build the tower. Now the virgins had spread out their hands as if about to receive something from the men. And the 6 men commanded stones to ascend out of a certain pit and to go to the building of the tower. And there went up 10 shiny rectangular stones, not hewed in a quarry. And the 6 men called the virgins and ordered them to carry all the stones that were intended for the building, and to pass through the gate, and give them to the men who were about to build the tower. And the virgins put on each other the 10 first stones which had ascended from the pit, and carried them together, each stone by itself. And as they stood together around the gate, those seemed to be strong carried them, and they stooped down under the corners of the stone, and the others stooped down under the sides of the stones. And in this way they carried all the stones, and they carried them through the gate as they were commanded, and gave them to the men for the tower. And they took the stones and proceeded with the building. Now the tower was built on a great rock, and above the gate, those 10 stones were prepared as a foundation for the building of the tower. And the rock and the gate were the support of the whole of the tower. And after the 10 stone, 25 other stones came up out of the pit, and these were fired unto the building of the tower, being carried by the virgins as before. And after these ascended 35, and these in like manner were fitted into the tower. And after these 40 other stones came up, and all these was cast into the building of the tower.
Okay.
Raise it up
Put
if you
that
can.
Yeah, I gotta go to the next page. 31.
What was it, 31?
Yeah, 31. You was in the middle of 31 though, but you know.
Yeah, I just started over. And after
Okay.
these ascended 35, and these in like manner were fitted into the tower. And after these 40 other stones came up, and all these were cast into the building of the tower. And they were 4 rows in the foundation of the tower. And they ceased ascending from the pit, and the builders also ceased for a little while. And again the 6 men commanded the multitude of the crowd to bear stones from the mountains for the building of the tower. They were accordingly brought from all of the mountains of various colors, and being hewed by the men were given to the virgins. And the virgins carried them through the gate, and gave them to the building of the tower. And when the stones of various colors were placed in the building, they all came white alike, and lost their different colors. And certain stones were given by the men for the building, and these did not become shiny. But as they were placed, such also they were found to remain, for they were not given by the virgins, nor carried through the gate. These stones, therefore, were not in keeping with the others in the building of the tower. The 6 men, seeing these unsuitable stones in the building, commanded them to.
You good up?
Yeah, I'm straight.
Okay.
Commanded them to be taken away, and to be carried away down to their own place, for where they had been taken. And being removed one by one, they were laid aside. And they say to the men who brought the stones, do not bring any stones at all for the building, but lay them down aside the tower, that the virgins may carry them through the gate, and may give them for the building. For unless they said they are carried through the gate by the hands of the virgins, they cannot change their colors. Do not toil, therefore, they said, for no purpose. And on the day that and on that day the building was finished, but the tower was not complete, for additional building was again about to be added. And there was a sensation, a session in the building. And the six men commanded all the building to withdraw a little distance and to rest, but enjoyed the virgins not to withdraw from the tower. And it seemed to me that the virgins had been left to guard the tower. Now, after all had withdrawn and were resting themselves, I said to the shepherd, what is the reason that the building of the tower was not finished? The tower, he answered, cannot be finished just yet until the Most High of it comes and examines the building, in order that if any of the stones are found to be decayed, he may change them. For the tower is built according to his pleasure. I would like to know, Master, I said, what is the meaning of the building of this tower, and what of the rock and the gate and the mountains, and the meaning of the virgins and the stones that ascend from the pit that were hewn, but came as they were to the building? Why in the first place were 10 stones placed in the foundation, then 25, then 35, then 40? And I also wish to know about the stones that went to the building and were also taken out and returned to their own place. On all of these points, put my mind at rest, Master, and explain them to me. If you are not found to be curious about trifles, he replied, you will know everything. For after a few days, we will come here and you will see the other things that happen to this tower and know accurately all the similitudes.
Let's see, what's that, 46? See.
After a few days, we came to the place where we sat down, and he said to me, let us go to the tower, for the master of the tower is coming to examine it. And we came to the tower, and there was no one at all near it, save the virgins only. And the shepherd asked the virgins if perhaps the master of the tower had come, and they replied that he was about to come to examine the building. And behold, after a little while, I see an array of many men coming, and in the midst of them, one man of so remarkable a size as to overtop the tower. And the 6 men who had worked on the building were with him, and many other honorable men were around him. And the virgins who kept the tower ran forward and kissed him, and began to walk near him around the tower. And that man examined the building carefully, filling every stone separately, and holding a rod in his hand, he struck every stone in the building 3 times. And when he struck them, some of them became black as soot, and some appeared as if covered with scabs, and some cracked, and some mutilated, and some neither white nor black, and some rough and not in keeping with the other stones, and some having very many stains. Such were a varieties of decayed stones that were found in the building. He ordered all these to be taken out of the tower and to be laid down beside it, and the other stones to be brought and put in their stead. And the builders asked him from what mountain he wished them to be brought and put in their place. And he did not command them to be brought from the mountains, but he ordered them to be brought from a certain plain which was near at hand. And the plain was dug up, and shining rectangular stones were found, and some also round shape. And all the stones which were in the plain were brought and carried through the gate by the virgins. And the rectangular stones were hewn and put in the place of the stones that in place of those that were taken away. But the round stones were not put in the building, because they were hard to hew and appeared to feel slowly to the chisel. They were deposited, however, beside the tower, as if indeed to be hewed and used in the building, for they were exceedingly brilliant. The glorious man, the master of the whole tower, having accordingly finished these alterations, called the shepherd to himself and delivered to him all the stones that were laying beside the tower, that he'd been rejected from the building, and said to him, carefully clean all these stones and put them aside, such for the building of the tower as may harmonize with others.
Let me see something.
Yeah, you got to keep going down.
Yeah, let me see. What was that? 56. That boy reading today, boy. I'm telling you. Straight up. 56. Okay.
Okay. Carefully clean all the stones and put them aside for the building of the tower as may harmonize with the others. And those that do not throw them far away from the tower, having given these orders to the shepherd, he departed from the tower with all those with whom he had come. Now the virgins were standing around the tower, keeping it. I said again to the shepherd, can these stones return to the building of the tower after being rejected? He answered me and said, do you see these stones? I see them, master, I replied. The greater part of these stones, he said, I will hew and put into the building, and they will harmonize with the others. How, master, I said, can they, after being cut all over, fill up the same space? He answered, those that will be found small will be thrown into the middle of the building, and those that are larger will be placed on the outside, and they will hold them together. Having spoken these words, he said to me, let us go after 2 days, and let us come in. Let us come and clean these stones and cast them into the building. For all these around the tower must be clean, lest the master come suddenly and find the places around the tower dirty and is displeased, and these stones are not returned for the building of the tower. And I also will seem to be neglectful towards the master. And after 2 days, we came to the tower, and he said to me, let us examine all these stones and ascertain those which may return to the building. I said to him, master, let us examine them. And beginning, we first examined the black stones, and such as they had been taken out of the building were they found to remain. And the shepherd ordered them to be removed out of the tower and to be placed apart. Next, he examined those that had scabs, and he took and hewed many of these and commanded the virgins to take them up and cast them into the building. And the virgins lifted them up and put them in the middle of the building of the tower. And the rest he ordered to be laid down beside the black ones, for these two were found to be black. He next examined those that had cracks, and he hewed many of these and commanded them to be carried by the virgins to the building. And they were placed on the outside because they were found to be sounder than the others, but the rest, on account of the multitude of the cracks, could not be hewed. And for this reason, therefore, they were rejected from the building of the tower. He next examined the chip stones, and many among these were found to be black, and some had and some to have great cracks. I think that meant cracks. And these he also commanded to be laid down along those which had been rejected. But the remainder, after being cleaned and hewed, he commanded to be placed in the building. And the virgins took them up and fitted them into the middle of the building of the tower. For they were somewhat weak. He next examined those that were half white and half black, and many of these were found to be black. Wait. He next examined those that were half white and half black, and many of them were found to be black. And he commanded these also to be taken away, along with those which had been rejected. And the rest were all taken away by the virgins. For being white, they were fitted by the virgins themselves into the building. And they were placed on the outside because they were found to be sound, so as to be able to support those which were placed in the middle, for no part of them was chipped at all. He next examined those that were rough and hard, and a few of them were rejected because they could not be hewed, as they were found exceedingly hard. But the rest of them were hewed and carried by the virgins and fit into the middle of the building of the tower. For these were somewhat weak. He next examined those that had stains, and of these a very few were black, and were thrown aside with the others. But the greater part was found to be bright, and these were fitted by the virgins into the building, but on account of their strength were placed on the outside. He next came to examine the white and round stones, and said to me, "What are we to do with the stones?" "How do I know, master?" I replied. "Have you no intentions regarding them, master?" I answered, "I am not acquainted with this art, neither am I a stone cutter, nor can I tell." "Do you not see," he said, "that they are exceedingly round? And if I wish to make them rectangular, a large portion of them must be cut away. For some of them must of necessity be put into the building. If therefore," I said, "they must, why do you torment yourself and not at once choose for the building those which you prefer and fit them into it?" He selected the larger ones among them and the shining ones, and hewed them, and the virgins carried and fitted them into the outside parts of the building. And the rest which remained over were hauled away and laid down on the plain from which they were brought. They were not, however, rejected, because he said, "There remains yet little addition to be built to the tower. And the master of this tower wishes all the stones to be fitted into the building, because they were exceedingly bright." And 12 women were called, very beautiful in form, clothed in black, and with disheveled hair. And these women seemed to me to be fierce. But the shepherd commanded them to lift the stones that were rejected from the building and carry them away to the mountains from which they had been brought. We had 82. And they were merry and hauled away all the stones and put them in the place from where they had been taken. Now, after all the stones were removed, and there was no longer a single one lying around the tower, he said, "Let us go around the tower and see, lest there be any defect in it." So I went around the tower along with him, and the shepherd, seeing that the tower was beautifully built, rejoiced exceedingly. For the tower was built in such a way that on seeing it, I coveted the building of it, for it was constructed as if built of one stone without any single joining. And the stone seemed as if hewed out of a rock, having to me the appearance of a monolith. And as I walked along with him, I was full of joy, beholding so many excellent things. And the shepherd said to me, "Go and bring unslaked lime and fine baked clay, that I may fill up the form of the stones that were taken and thrown into the building. For everything about the tower must be smooth." And I did as he commanded me and brought it to him. "Assist me," he said, "and the work will soon be finished." He accordingly filled up the forms of the stones that were returned to the building, and commanded the places around the tower to be swept and clean. Somebody else can take it if they want to, brother.
Okay.
Hey, big man, you gotta get some water after all that read.
Man, hey, that brother read, he read about 90 verses, all right? He stopped at 90.
Hey,
Hey, I'm like, and he was reading real good too. It was clear and everything. Like, he read better than Shaq. Let's see.
hey, straight up.
Like,
When
Need some
you say
water.
all that,
I ain't gonna say it's better than mine though. You know, you better than Shaq though.
Shag
I
put the right emphasis on reading.
Hey,
yeah, yeah.
hey, so,
Okay.
hey, we got a lot of reading. Big man said we're gonna get through this. You know.
Yeah, we gonna don't even stop me. Don't say nothing. All right. And the virgin. And the virgin took brooms and swept the place and carried all the dirt out of the tower and
Hey,
brought water. Huh?
you got like a black spot at the top of it.
On the left hand side.
Yeah, it's like a big black spot.
That's the you know, you talking about my finger out? You talking about my finger?
That's what that is? That's what that is?
Yeah.
That's a finger.
In the shadow, huh? Finger in the shadow, huh?
Big black blob. I thought that was your camera, but you said it's a finger. I'm like, okay.
Hey, I'm full blooded, I'm full blooded.
Okay. Get it out, Get it out. Me and my woman keeps having this conversation, because DeAndre was bringing it out. So, I am too. I don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? I'm red like David. I'm red like David. You know what I'm saying?
I'm full blooded, full blooded. All right.
I had to wake everybody up. I thought I heard Marv dozing off just in case. You know what I'm saying?
Did you want to read something, Marv, or you good?
Nah, you got it. Finish it. Let's go.
Okay. I'm looking on my phone, man. It's kind of small right now.
Okay, it's all good. And the virgin took brooms and swept the place and carried all the dirt out of the tower and brought water. And the ground around the tower became cheerful and very beautiful. The shepherd says to me, everything has been cleared away. If the Most High of the tower, if the master of the tower comes to inspect it, he can have no fault to find with us. Having spoken these words, he wished to depart, but I laid hold of him by the wallet and began to adjure him by the Most High that he would explain what he had showed me. He said to me, I must rest a little, and then I will explain to you everything. Wait for me here until I return.
You see that?
I said to him,
he said, I got arrested a little. You see all that reading Big Man just did? He's like, man, he got arrested a little after all that. You know what I'm saying?
He'll give me something to drink. Yeah, he'll give me a sip, man, because, man, you asking a lot, right?
Okay.
I said to him, Master, what can I do here alone? You are not alone, he said, for these virgins are with you. Give me in charge to them. Then I replied. The shepherd called them to him and said to them, I entrust him to you until I come, and went away. And I was alone with the virgins, and they were rather merry, but were friendly to me, especially the four more distinguished of them. The virgin said to me, the shepherd does not come here today. What then? I said, am I to do? They replied, wait for him until he comes. And if he comes, he will converse with you. And if he does not come, you will remain here with us until he does come. I said to them, I will wait for him until it is late. And if he does not arrive, I will go away into the house and come back early in the morning. And they answered and said to me, you were entrusted to us. You cannot go away from us.
Hmm.
Where then, I said, am I to remain? You sleep with us. You will sleep with us. They replied, as a brother and not as a husband.
Oh, just so nobody mind get perverted, right? Cleared up.
Right, right. Because you know how brothers think. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Laying down with some virgins. You know how that finger get. Let me go. For you are out, for you are our brother. And for the time to come, we intend to abide with you. For we love you exceedingly. Okay. Uh, 98. But I was ashamed to remain with them. And she, who seemed to be the first among them, began to kiss me. And the others, seeing her kissing me, began to kiss me also, and to lead me around the tower, and to play with me. And I, too, became like a young man, and began to play with them. For some of them formed a choir, chorus, and others danced, and others sang. And I, keeping silence, walked with them around the tower, and was merry with them. And when it grew late, I wished to go into the house, and they would not let me, but detained me. So I remained with them during the night, and slept beside the tower. Now the virgins spread their linen tunics on the ground, and made me lie down in the midst of them. And they did nothing at all but pray. And I, without ceasing, prayed with them, and not less than they. And the virgins rejoiced because I thus prayed. And I remained there with the virgins until the next day at the second hour. Then the shepherd returned and said to the virgins, did you offer him any insult? Ask him, they said. And I said to him, Master, I was delighted that I remained. I was delighted. I was delighted that I remained alone. You are not alone, he
Uh-uh.
said. Oh, I'm messed up.
That's not it.
Where we at? We at 100, ain't we?
104.
Okay, next page. I remained with them. On what? He asked. Did you dine? I dined, master, I replied, on the words of the Most High the whole night. Did they
What was
receive?
eating? What it was eating all night?
Man, the words of the Most High the whole night. Did they receive you well? He inquired. Yes, master, I answered. Now, he said, what do you wish to hear first? I wish to hear, and I wish to hear in the order I said, in which you showed me from the beginning. I beg of you, master,
Okay.
that as I will ask you, so also you will give me the explanation. As you wish, he replied. So also will I explain to you, and will conceal nothing at all from you. First of all, master, I said, explain this to me. What is the meaning of the rock and the gate?
So, hey, that's the first question. We'll have to go. Matter of fact, That's 107. Go all the way back to verse 14. Big Man did a lot of reading for us. Go. You said you wanted to keep up. Go back to 14. Because you said
I
this
mean,
how you want to do it.
yeah. Once you just read it, that way we can't. 'Cause, you know, I'm on this and I be flipping through this and I mess up where I'm at.
Okay. And the rock was old, having a gate cut out of it, and the cutting out of the gate seemed to me as it had recently been done. And the gate glittered to such a degree under the sunbeams that I marveled at the splendor of the gate. And around the gate were standing 12 virgins. I'm saying 12 virgins. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This rock, he answered, and this gate are the son of Elohim. How, master? I said, the rock is old and the gate is new. Listen.
The rock is
Yeah,
old and the gate is new. Come on,
right,
man. Ain't no
right.
separation when you say an Old Testament and a New Testament. Right?
The rock, he
It's the
answered,
same.
and this gate are the son of Elohim. Yeah.
It's the same rock. What Paul tell you? Come on.
That rock that followed them. How, master? I said, the rock is old and the gate is new. Listen, he said, and understand, O ignorant man. The son of Elohim is older than all his creatures.
Come on.
So that he was a fellow counselor with the Father in his work of creation.
Come on.
For this reason, he is old.
For this reason, he is old. Now we understand when it's saying Genesis, let us.
That's cold.
Yeah.
That Ancient of Days that Daniel seen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the old. Yeah, that's the old one, right? And why is he the gate? And why is he why is the gate new, master? I said, because he answered. He became manifest in the last days of the dispensation.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Right?
Right. He became manifest. For Elohim was manifested where? In the flesh, right?
So,
for this reason, the gate was made new, that they who are to be saved by it might enter into the kingdom of Elohim.
praise.
Did you see, he said, that those stones which came in through the gate were used for the building of the tower, and that those which did not come were again thrown back into their own place? I saw, master, I replied, in like manner. He continued, no one will enter into the kingdom of Elohim unless he receives his holy name.
See that? You see that?
Yeah.
That's that name. That's that name that no man know right there. Because it said he got to receive this name. He got to receive it, and that's the name given to at the end that no man know.
Praises. Okay.
For if you desire to enter into a city, and that city is surrounded by a wall and has but one gate, can you enter into the city self through the gate which it has?
Right.
Why? How can it be otherwise, master? I said, if then you cannot enter into the city except through its gate.
Come
right?
on.
I am the way, the truth, and the
Right.
life.
And
No
anybody
one
else go through a different window, they're a thief, right?
Thief and a robber, right?
Come on.
So in like manner, a man cannot otherwise enter into the kingdom of Elohim than by the name of his beloved son.
By the what?
By the name of his beloved son. So you can't go in by the name of Buddha or Allah and all these. Nah, got to be the name of the Son of the Most High. You saw, he added, the multitude who were building the tower. I saw them, Master. I said, let me see, where am I at? 112.
113.
Okay. Why? How can it be otherwise, Master? I said, if then you cannot enter into the city except through its gate. So, in like manner, a man cannot otherwise enter into the kingdom of Elohim than by the name of his beloved Son. You saw, he added, the multitude who were building the tower. I saw them, Master. I said, those, he said, are all glorious messengers. And by them, accordingly, is the master surrounded. And the gate is the son of Elohim. This is the one entrance of the Most High. And no other way then will anyone enter in to him except through his son.
No, Mashiach told you that right out of his mouth, right?
Right. I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one enter in except by me. That's what he said.
Right.
Did you
Hey,
see?
didn't Enoch in the book of Enoch talked about the messenger surrounding his house, and it just was surrounding his house in the book of Enoch. I can't remember where it was at, but it's in that how they when he was like seeing them visions of the
and the goats and the all that vision you was seeing around, like Enoch, like 70 something, 80 something, when he was
it
going
was
through
like
the
a whole
history.
bunch of messengers he was seeing surrounding the house. It was like kept circling in the house. They kept circling. Some was going in and some was going out. They kept saying, you have to go back and read it, and I have to find it.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, because it was the vision that Enoch saw when he talked about from the beginning to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 114. Did you see? He continued. The 6 men and the tall and glorious man in the midst of them, right? You remember in that second Ezra, talk about the tall man in the midst. Who was that tall man in the midst handing out them crowns?
Mashiach.
Mm-hmm. Who walked around the tower and rejected the stones from the building? I saw him, Master. I answered. The glorious man, he said, is the son of Elohim. And those 6 glorious messengers are those who support him on the right hand and on the left. None of these glorious messengers, he continued, will enter into Elohim apart from him. He continued, will enter into Elohim apart from him. Whosoever does not receive his name will not enter into the kingdom of Elohim and the tower. I asked, what does it mean, this tower? He replied, is the assembly and these virgins, who are they? They are the Holy Spirits, and man cannot otherwise be found in the kingdom of Elohim unless these have put their clothes, clothing on them. So you got to be clothed with the Holy Spirit, basically, right?
Right.
Okay. For if you receive the name only and do not receive from them the clothing, they are of no advantage to you.
See that up?
Mm-hmm.
See the name only, right?
Right.
Talking to a Gentile one time, he's like, as long as I, call the name Jesus and I'm covering the blood of Jesus, and I'm like, you receiving the name only, right? Come on.
Right. You gotta have the spirit.
Right.
What is the body without the spirit is dead, right?
So,
Okay. All right, let's see where I'm at.
118.
For if you receive the name only and do not receive from them the clothing, they have no advantage to you. For these virgins are the powers of the Son of Elohim.
Hmm.
If you bear his name, but do not possess his power, it will be in vain that you bear his name.
Hmm.
Those stones, he continued, which you saw rejected, bore his name, but did not put on the clothing of the virgin. Mm.
So that's when he say, that sounds like when he say, and they, what he say? And they said, we did this in your name, and we did that in your name, right?
Then he said, I never knew you.
Right, I never knew you, right? Because you never put on the clothing of the virgins, right?
Mm.
I never knew you. Gotta put that clothing on. Then we can talk.
Of what nature is their clothing, master? I asked. Their very names, he said, are their clothing. Everyone who bears the name of the Son of Elohim ought to bear the names of these also. For the Son himself bears the names of these virgins. As many stones, he continued, as you saw, coming to the building of the tower through the hands of these virgins, and remaining have been clothed with their strength. For this reason, you see that the tower became of one stone with the rock.
Mm.
So also they who have believed on the Most High through his Son
Mm-hmm.
and are clothed with these spirits will become one spirit,
Mm-hmm.
one body,
Mm-hmm.
and one color of their garments will, and the color of their garments will be one. That's when Paul said, there's no Jew or Gentile, but we
Right.
are all one in the Messiah, right?
Right. Just like the tower and the stone and the rock became one. Straight up.
And the dwelling of such as bear the names of the virgins in the tower, those stones, master, that were rejected, I inquired, on what account were they rejected? For they passed through the gate and were placed by the hands of the virgins in the buildings of the tower. Since you take an interest in everything, he replied, you want to know everything, dude,
Right.
you know, and examine minutely, what, minutely,
Or minutely.
hear about the stones that were rejected. These are, he said, receive the name of Elohim. And they also received the strength of the virgin. Having received them, these spirits, they were made strong and, and were with the servants of Elohim. And theirs was one spirit and one body and one clothing, for they were of the same mind and wrought righteousness.
Mm.
After a certain time, however, they were persuaded by the woman whom you saw, clothed in black, and having their shoulders exposed, and their hair dishevelled, and beautiful, disheveled, and beautiful in appearance.
Hey, it make you
Having,
think. It make you think, it say the women, they wear their hair out. You know, when women wear their hair out, it's disheveled and beautiful in appearance, right? It's not really like put together. It's kind of just worn out, but it's still like kinkly, Go ahead, Alex.
Having seen these women, they desire to have them and
Yeah.
clothe themselves with their strength and put off the strength of the virgins. These accordingly were rejected from the house of Elohim and were given over to those women. But they who were not deceived by the beauty of these women remained in the house of Elohim. You have said, you have, he said, the explanation of those who were rejected. What then, master? I said, if these men, being such as they are, convert and put away their desires after these women, and again return to the virgins and walk in their strength and in their works, will they not enter into the house of Elohim? They will enter in, he said, if they put away the works. They put away the works of these women and put on again the strength of the virgins and walk in their works. For on this account, there was there was a secession in the building, in order that if these convert, they may depart into the building of the tower. But if they do not convert, then others will come in their place. Mm. And these at the end will be cast out. For all these things I give thanks to the Most High, because he had pity on all that call on his name.
Right.
And sent the messenger of conversion to us who sinned against him and renewed our spirit. And when we were already destroyed and had no hope of life, he restored us to newness of life.
All praise.
Now, master, I continued, show me why the tower was not built on the ground, but on the rock and on the gate. Are you still? He said, without sense and understanding. I must, master, I said, ask you of all things, because I am wholly unable to understand them.
Right.
For all these things are great and glorious and difficult for a man to understand.
That's what we got. That's how we always got to be. That's just being a humble servant, right? We don't know nothing.
Right.
If you don't explain it to us, we without knowledge, we without understanding, for sure.
Right. Listen, he said, the name of the Son of Elohim is great and cannot be contained.
It cannot be contained. All praises, right?
All praises.
And support the whole world. If then the whole creation is supported by the Son of Elohim, what do you think of those who are called by him and bear the name of the Son of Elohim and walk in his commandments?
Called by him and bear his name, right? Bear your stake every day, right? Bearing his name, right? Feel me?
Right.
And walking his commandments. Don't forget that. Come on.
Do you see what kind of persons he supports? Those who bear his name with their whole heart.
What kind of heart?
With the whole heart. He himself accordingly became a foundation to them.
That's a rock. That's why you say build your house on this rock. That's your foundation. Come on. That's where everything starts.
And supports them with joy, because they are not ashamed to bear his name. Explain to me, master, I said, the names of these virgins and of those women who were clothed in black raiment. Here, he said, the names of the stronger virgins who stood at the corners. The first is faith. You got to have faith in the Most High. The second, continuance or continence. Continence. The third, power. The fourth, patience. So it look like we're going through the fruits of the spirit. Let's see, 38. And the others standing in the midst of these, having the following names: simplicity, innocence, purity, cheerfulness, truth, understanding, harmony, and love. Y'all see all these names?
Mm-hmm.
That's like fruits of the spirit, right?
Yeah, yep. Cheerfulness, yep.
He who bears these names and that of the Son of Elohim will be able to enter into the kingdom of Elohim.
Okay, praise God. So we need to mark this
All
right here,
praise.
right?
Right.
If we want to enter into the kingdom of the Most High, what does it say?
You got to have. And the others standing in the midst of these, having the following
Wait,
names.
start at the first. Start at the first.
Okay. Explain to me, Master. I said the names of the virgin and of those women who were clothed in black raiment. Here he said the names of the stronger virgins who stood at the corners. The first is faith.
Mm-hmm.
The second, countenance.
Come on, self-restraint.
The third, power.
You know where your power come from.
Right. The fourth, patience.
Man.
Waiting on the Most High.
Right. And patience and humility go hand in hand. Pretty sure it might be the same word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it is.
First.
Go ahead, Out.
No, I was just gonna talk about that faith. Go ahead, Out.
Oh, but these are the stronger virgins, right? That stood at the corner.
Strong one. Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, that faith is that first one. You know, that's what Paul talked about in that Hebrews, right?
Right, for sure. That
It's
Hebrews
possible.
1. 11 and 1.
Yeah, it's possible to please the Most High, but you must believe, must have faith in him. Faith is the substance of the unseen. You
Right.
got faith in him, even though you ain't seen him. The second, confidence, what you say that was, Out?
That's that self-restraint, huh? Not doing your desires. Not doing your desires, right? Doing what
Right.
the Most High called you to do and flee from your desires. You got to have self-restraint.
So you can see the countenance of your face when you're doing wrong and when you're doing right, right? You can see it. You wear it on you like a person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like the desire won't be there, but you got to fight against that desire if it goes against the Most High.
For sure.
Right.
That's self-restraint.
Right. And then when you do that, your countenance shine a little bit, like you happy that you overcame something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of sad because you gave in to
it. And a lot of people, like when you be in this truth, this walk, we be feeling like we ain't gonna have those desires. We expect them to just go away, but nah, it don't be like that.
That's
It's a
don't
fight.
go away like
and
that.
that's self-restraint. Self-restraint. Because you're gonna have that come up. So that's what iniquity form and what we always talk about, right? You know what I'm saying? And you rebuke that, you feel me? That's self-restraint. That's that kindness. I got you saying continue, almost saying continue. It's like him. Like I can know you in there. I don't see a you. Okay, where you was at?
The third power, right? That's a strong one, right? Power to what? To overcome.
Yeah, I'm about to say that.
Power
Yeah, the power to overcome.
Power to overcome. Power to the Most High give you power to heal. .
Right.
What Hezekiah say? Don't you know you got power? You
Right,
know what I'm saying?
right.
Bind
Yeah.
and rebuke what Christ said, loose. You know what I mean? All right, straight up.
Yeah. The fourth, patience, waiting on the Most High,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like I ain't gonna get it. I'm just gonna go on and sin. I ain't gonna
Mm-hmm.
get it. I'm just gonna go on and do this. How come the Most High ain't did this for me? You gotta have patience.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't your time; it's His time, right?
And
Mm-hmm.
again, the biblical definition of patience and humility or being humble goes hand in hand, straight up. So when we talk about patience in aspects, we talking about humility, being humble, for sure.
And then I think of that too is like that battle wasn't in vain. You know what I mean? Like you fought your own desire to do the most high will, so you know you expect a reward for that. That expectation. You know what I'm saying? So you just being patient for that prize that's supposed to come, you know, because you overcame that battle, man. It wasn't in vain.
Mm. And the others, standing in the midst of these, have the following names: simplicity, making it simple, right?
Right,
And not trying to make things too difficult to
Right.
understand.
right,
Right. Like simplicity, right? Like it's your yay be yay and nay be nay. And you know, don't call what the
Mm-hmm.
most high said is evil. Don't call that good. You know what I'm saying? Like you know,
Mm-hmm.
wrong, right is wrong. Well, wrong is wrong and right is right. And that's it. Simple. Right?
right. And just to get it clear, we dealt with the first four strong ones, right?
Right.
Right. And innocence. Anybody on the innocence? Anybody want to talk about the innocence? You know, the innocence of a child. You must become like children, right?
Right. Right.
Hmm? There you go, right?
That's it.
All right.
The purity, pure in heart, right?
So
Pure in heart. Showing love to your neighbor purely, not trying to be boastful or nothing like that, right?
and just
Pure.
what and going like Yamel referred to, we'll refer to our brother Hezekiah again. And having your desires pure, right? Most High make your desires pure. You know what I'm saying? You walk in that purity of form. For sure.
Right.
Kind of like remind me
Pure.
of this like being born again, straight up.
A cheerfulness, right? You happy. You're not mad. You're not, because like if you angry all the time, that means that you must have been sinning somewhere that got you, mad all the time. You got to be happy, cheerfulness. You don't see too many brothers on the corner teaching with cheerfulness. They teaching with anger,
Mm,
truth,
mm,
right? Truth. Even though your teacher says that the Messiah was Joseph is the daddy, but you standing on truth because you done read it. Mary said, I do not know a man. How could this be?
right.
You brothers don't know what you're talking about. You gotta stand on the truth. Understanding. Understanding what the word says, right?
And without wisdom,
Understand.
you get what?
Understanding.
Right.
Understanding is how you depart from sin, right? That's in the book of Job. First get wisdom, then get knowledge, and to depart from transgression or sin, that is your understanding.
Mhm.
Harmony, right? Loving your neighbor as yourself, right? That's what the Most High created us for, right? Each one teach one. Harmony, live in harmony with one another, not in always fighting amongst each other. Harmony, love, all go the same. Love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? Love the Creator, love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Right. And these the 12 versions right there. Where you just read
Mhm.
the first the strong ones, the first four was the strong ones, right? Faith, kindness, power, patience. That's the first four. And then we read the last eight. Simplicity, innocence, purity. cheerfulness, truth, understanding, harmony, love. Right? So that's the 12 virgins right now that we just described.
Right. And then look at that one, and these following. Simplicity. What we just read now is very simple. It's very simple to understand. But some might twist it and be like, you gotta, what did you say? You gotta, what did you say, Shag? You gotta walk to walk and talk to talk, right? But you understand, in simplicity, it ain't like what they say, right? Like you see a pastor, he try to come up with them, like Paul said, don't let no man deceive you with philosophy and vain deceit. Okay. All right. 38. He who bears these names and that of the Son of Elohim will be able to enter into the kingdom of Elohim. All praise to the Most High.
All praises for sure. Praise God for sure.
Like when you read it like that, it's so simple. Like, okay, you know, I got a couple of them. I might not have them all, but I got a couple of them dwelling with me. But you know, it's only.
So then we deal with perfection again. When it comes, we're gonna have to add this because this is part of perfection, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Right. So if you ain't got one, you got to work towards it, right?
Exactly. If you ain't got one, you got to work towards it. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Most High required us to be perfect before Him. Come on.
Here also, he continued, the names of the women who had the black garments, and of these 4 are stronger than the rest. The first with the black garment, the first is unbelief.
Go ahead.
I don't believe in no sky daddy, right? Most High ain't got no kids, and you know what I'm saying? Unbelief.
Right.
The second, incontinence. Go ahead, Doc. That's a big word for you. I know you graduated.
Well, again, we know continence is self-control. We know incontinence is lack of self-control, right?
Lack of self-control, right? The third, disobedience, right? Always disobeying the Most High.
Come on.
In the simplest matters, right?
Right, and that's a big thing right there, right? That's disobedience, man. For sure.
The fourth, deceit.
You're always trying to get over on your brother, right?
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna put on this garment, but I don't really, keep the ways of the Most High, but I'm gonna make them think that I'm keeping it. Just like Satan, that's the work of Satan right there, deceit.
Right.
He said that was gonna be his greatest weapon, deceit.
Right.
Wolves in sheep clothing, basically, right?
For sure.
And their followers are called sorrow, always sad, right? Because they know they done did something wrong and they sorrowful all the time. Wickedness. We ain't even got to go into that, right? Wantonness. Oh, I want this. I want that. I want wantonness of the fear of the Most High. I want to fear the Most High, but I can't stop sinning. Anger. Always mad. Falsehood. Again, Joseph is the daddy. I'm going to teach you that. Folly. What's the definition of folly?
Probably
That's like,
probably like foolish behavior, right?
Foolish behavior. Yeah, I was going to say foolish. Backbiting.
We already know that backbiting. Talking behind somebody's back when they ain't present,
Hey, the definition The definition of folly is lack of good sense.
Lack of good
Lack
sense.
of good sense.
That's
Yeah.
that's foolishness. Lack of good
Yeah,
sense.
that's foolishness. Yeah. Backbite, hatred. Always hating on, man, I can't stand that nigga. Just because he read good. You know what I'm saying? All right. The servant of Elohim who bears these names will see indeed the kingdom of Elohim. What? The servant of Elohim who
But not
bears
enter
these.
in. Keep reading. Keep reading.
Okay. The servant of, you hear me say what?
Yeah,
You
keep
know what I'm
reading.
saying? The servant of Elohim who bears these names will see indeed the kingdom of Elohim, but will not enter into it. That
So
brings
that
you
just
back to that second Ezra chapter 7, when it said first they will see, although the righteous and quietness.
right. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
They
Will
was,
not enter into it.
and that's letting you know that everybody gonna be resurrected too, right? So
Hmm.
just like they gonna be able to see you, make it to the kingdom, you know, we gonna be able to see them in torment and look over and discuss, like Isaiah
Hmm.
66 say, right?
Right. And Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, right here it say the servant of Elohim who bears these names will see. That's somebody that, called, was saying, hey, I'm with the Most High, but got all these
Right,
traits in them,
right,
you know.
right, for sure.
But people that just probably not even servants, they probably won't even see the kingdom. They probably just get thrown in the lake of fire. That's just wicked, just straight like evil out here. But
The straight
people,
wicked. Right.
yeah, people like that's got these traits though. They gonna get to see it and then just get taken away. It's almost like that one that you had that one where they had the spirits when they roam the earth. Remember
Uh-huh.
that? And the spirits that like roam in torment, they get to see the splendor of the Most High, but then it just
Right, right.
goes far away from them.
Mm.
But that was it.
That was a good point. That was a real good point.
Right.
The servant of the king, the servant of Elohim who bears these names will see indeed the kingdom of Elohim, but will not enter into it. That's right,
And that's why we always be so prevalent on as servants of the Most High, as servants of the Most High, right? Every time we dealing with something, we like as servants of the Most High, right? Because that's what we call to be, His servants. You know what I'm saying? So, it's edification for us, right? Because we know we His servants. We just seeing how we need to be moving,
right? Even more, to help us grow.
right? Because again, we know to keep His commandments, right? You know what I'm saying? But once we start dealing with stuff like anger, like y'all say, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These are some things that might come into our life on a regular day, but are we checking it, right? As servants of the Most High.
Mm. And the stones, Master, I said, which were taken out of the pit and fitted into the building. What are they? The first, he said, the 10, namely, that were placed as the foundation, are the first generation. Mm. And the 25, the second generation of righteous men.
Righteous
And
men.
and the 35 are the prophets of Elohim and his ministers. And the 40 are the apostles. Mm. Want to pick it up, Shad? Let me finish. Let me finish. And the teachers of the apostles and teachers of the preaching of the Son of Elohim.
So it's
What?
a
What?
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I probably was about to start reading. Go say what you gotta say.
Nah, I was gonna start reading. If you want to start reading, go ahead. 43.
Oh, I don't never want to take nothing from you, Ox. So if you still reading, okay.
Right.
143. Why then, master, I asked, did the virgins also carry these stones through the gate and give them for the building of the tower? Because, he answered, these were the first who bore these spirits, and they never departed from each other. Neither the spirits from the men, nor the men from the spirits, but the spirits remained with them until they're falling asleep. And unless they had had these spirits with them, they would not have been of use for the building of this tower. That's how you know an Israelite wrote this. And unless they had, come on, that's straight Israel. Come on. Okay. 145. Explain to me a little further, master, I said. What is it that you desire? He asked. Why, master, I said, did these stones ascend out of the pit and be applied to the building of the tower after having borne these spirits? They were obliged, he answered, to ascend through water in order that they might be made alive. For unless they laid aside their deadness of their life, they could not in any other way enter into the kingdom of the Most High. Accordingly, those also who fell asleep received the seal of the Son of the Most High. For he continued, before a man bears the name of the Son of the Most High, he is dead. Before a man bears the name of the Son of Elohim, he is dead. But when he receives the seal, he lays aside his deadness and obtains life. All praise. The seal then is the water. They descend into the water dead, and they arise alive. And to them, accordingly, was this seal preached, and they made use of it, that they might enter into the kingdom of El. Why, master, I asked, did the 40 stones also ascend with them out of the pit, having already received the seal? Because, he said, these apostles and teachers who preach the name of the Son of Elohim, after falling asleep in the power and faith of the Son of El, preached it not only to those who were asleep, but themselves also gave them the seal of the preaching.
Hey,
Accordingly,
hold on. 151.
Yes, sir. Accordingly,
Okay,
they descended with them into the water and again ascended. But these descended alive and rose up again alive, whereas they who had previously fallen asleep descended dead, but rose up again alive. By these then were they quickened and made to know the name of the Son of El. For this reason, they also ascended with them. And
wait a minute. Wait. So is he saying that, like, you know how when the Messiah died on the cross and then went to the grave and preached to the dead? Is that what he's talking about? And then they rose up with him because they died without the name of the Son of Elohim?
I don't know.
Like in that,
Not.
yeah, I think that's what it's talking about because a lot of people died, you know, just like Simeon. Simeon was like, now I can die in peace because I've seen your salvation. But it was people before him that died and didn't have the name of the son of Elohim.
Right, but that was a request from Simeon. You feel me? Just like him,
Yeah, that was
just like putting up a prayer to the Most High. That was a
right.
prayer from Simeon, right?
But I'm thinking about like, like the ones that lived in David days and all them that died before the Messiah even came. I'm thinking about them because I know he told Adam after 5,500 years, I'm gonna come and get you. I'm just asking a question. I just, it looked like that's who it was talking about, that they rose to. Some of them rose to. Go ahead though.
Okay. 152. By these then were they quickened and made to know the name of the Son of Elohim. For this reason, they also ascended with him and were fitted along with them into the building of the tower, and untouched by chisel were built in along with them. So that's why I say I understand what you're saying. So basically saying when they ascended, we go back to the ascension of Isaiah. They just ascended to one of the heavens, maybe one of the heavens that Enoch in.
Yeah, something like that. Because remember how I said the graves were open and many came out of the grave when the Messiah was raised up, right? But they didn't know, but they didn't have the name of the son of Elohim then. You know what I'm saying?
If they was untouched by chisel, that means they probably wasn't full of doctrine. These stones, I'm thinking. I don't know. I have to hear it again though.
But nah, it go back to that saying when we was dealing with them images, and you was like, remember you bringing out, when you make an altar, don't hit it with a chisel, right?
Don't hit it with a tool. You'll pervert it and make it abomination. If you lift up a tool on it.
So that's why I said if they ascending, they say they ascended with him. That means we gotta take this back to ascension of Isaiah, and it's going back because the Most High, it say the Most High of hosts, and then it also say, and I seen numerous peoples of different tongues, different languages, different nations, right? So the Most High of hosts, you feel me? So again, Mashiach told you ain't nobody seen the Father, ain't nobody been to heaven. So what is he really saying right there, right?
I think they're gonna explain it in a minute.
Okay.
But that 53 said, "For they slept in righteousness and in great purity." You think about people like that; they had to be like them that died before the Messiah came.
They talk about it too, because if you keep reading, they're gonna talk about the seal. Go.
Okay, we'll keep reading. Yeah, okay. For they slept in righteousness and in great purity, but only they did not have this seal. Accordingly, you have the explanation of these also. I understand, Master, I replied. Now, Master, I continue to explain to me with respect to the mountains, while their forms are various and diverse. Listen, he said, these mountains are the 12 tribes which inhabit the whole world. The Son of the Most High, accordingly, was preached to them by the apostles. But why are the mountains of various kinds, some having one form and others another? Explain that to me, Master. Listen, he answered. These 12 tribes that inhabit the whole world are 12 nations. You see that? These 12 tribes that inhabit the whole world are 12 nations.
Right.
Wow.
So that means if we talk about the 12 tribes of Israel, that means it's not one nation of Israel no more then, right? It say these 12 tribes that inhabit the whole world are 12 nations. That's different nations of people, right?
Yeah.
Look at y'all, man. He start smiling. He start looking at his. He start looking at his chart. He start
What, the
looking at his
12,
chart.
the 12 tribe chart?
He start looking at his chart. He say, I'm gonna send this one to what's the dude name out? Harkar.
He almost said this to Elder Rakar.
I'm gonna send this to Rakar. Rakar gonna love this one. Okay. And they vary in prudence and understanding. Oh, that's a big point right there too, though. They vary in prudence and understanding, though, right? As numerous then as are the varieties of the mountains, varieties of the mountains which you saw, are also the diversities of the mind and understanding among these nations. Okay. I told you, y'all may gotta watch out. He might be a Danite. And I will explain to you the actions of each one. First, Master, I said, explain this. Why? When the mountains are so diverse, their stones, when placed in the building, became one color, also shining like those that had ascended out of the pit. Because, he said, all the nations that dwell under heaven were called by hearing and believing on the name of the Son of the Most High. Having therefore received the seal, they had one understanding and one mind, and their faith became one, and their love one. And with the name, they also bore the spirits of the virgins, right? We just read them 12 spirits of the virgin, right?
Right.
Or virgins. On this account, the building of the tower became of one color, bright as the sun. But after they had entered into the same place and became one body, certain of these defiled themselves and were expelled from the race of righteousness, right? The race of righteousness. And again became what they were before, or rather worse. How, Master, I said, did they become worse? After having knowledge of the Most High. He that does not know El, he answered, and practices evil, receives a certain discipline for his wickedness. But he that has known El ought not to do evil any longer, but to do good. If accordingly, when he ought to do good, he does evil, does he not appear to do greater evil than he who does not know El? Right? So that's like you say, if you know to do righteousness but still do evil, you're doing worse than somebody that doesn't know to do righteousness and does evil. So now
that's why I'm saying, my bad. That's why I'm saying the scripture is better for those not to have known.
Right. That was the next point. All praises. That was the next point.
All praises.
It's better for you to not have known to walk in righteousness. Right? Then when you know to walk in righteousness and you still do evil, come on, man. It's a greater evil, what we just read. It's a greater evil. All right. 165. For this reason, they who have not known El and do evil are condemned to death. But they who have not known El and have seen his mighty works and still continue in evil will be punished doubly and will die forever.
Okay, now these is they who have known El, but they who have known Elohim.
What I
Yeah,
say? What I say?
they who have not known.
Oh, my bad. I'm gonna read that again.
That's all good.
165. For this reason, they who have not known El and do evil are condemned to death. But they who have known the Most High and have seen his mighty works and still continue in evil will be punished doubly and will die forever. And will die forever. In this way, then, the assembly of the Most High will be purified. For as you saw the stones rejected from the tower and delivered to the evil spirits and cast out from there, so they will also be cast out. And there will be one body of the purified. As the tower also became, as it were, of one stone after its purification, in like manner also, it will also be with the assembly of the Most High after it has been purified and has rejected the wicked and the hypocrites and the blasphemers and the waverers and those who commit wickedness of different kinds. After these have been cast away, the assembly of the Most High will be one body, of one mind, of one understanding, of one faith, of one love. And then the Son of the Most High will be exceedingly glad and will rejoice over them because he has received his people, period. Mm-hmm. All these things, Master, I said, are great and glorious. Moreover, Master, I said, explain to me the power and the actions of each one of the mountains, that every soul trusting in the Most High and hearing it may glorify his great and marvelous and glorious name. Praise God.
Just read the beginning of that next page because I ain't got it on here, I don't think. We're on 162, right?
Nah, we're on 170. You're on the wrong page.
Okay.
There you go.
I must have hit it twice. There we go.
Right. So it say, moreover, the Master said, moreover, Master, I said, explain to me the power and the actions of each one of the mountains, that every soul trusting in the Most High and hearing it may glorify his great and marvelous and glorious name. I was passing the mic. That's it.
Yeah, Mel?
Yeah, I can try to read it. It's kind of small, but I can read it.
It's up to you.
Here he said, the diversity of the mountains and of the 12 nations, from the first mountain, which was black, they that believed are the following: apostles and blasphemers against
apostates.
Oh, I can't even see. Okay, I'll make it a little big. Oh, let me turn it sideways. Hold on. Okay.
Hey, you know what? What I be noticing too? You know what I be noticing too? You see how the black is always evil?
Yeah.
You ever notice that? That's probably why they call us black people. You know what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Because we not black, we brown.
Yeah.
They need to get that right.
Black is always black people out.
What'd you say?
I said, do they call the Hamites black people? And they blacker than us.
Right. They don't.
I just think they call them Africans.
Yeah. But they call us black. And we love that name too.
Right.
We black people. But every time we see black, it's associated with evil.
Yeah. You can even look up the definition of black. I mean,
hey, I'm red like David. I don't know what y'all talking about. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm
dark
start over.
brown. I'm dark brown.
Hey, I'm red.
All right. Here he said the diversity of the mountains and of the 12 nations from the first mountain, which was black, that they believed are the following: apostates and blasphemers against the Most High, and betrayers of the servants of Elohim. To these conversions is not open, but death lies before them, and on this account they are also black. For their races.
Hey, look at that. It say on this account, conversion is not open, right? Betrayers of the servants of the Most High. So somebody like Judas Iscariot, right? There's no conversion for him, right?
But death lies before them, and on this account they are also black, for their race is a lawless one. And from the second mountain, which was bare, they who believed are the following: hypocrites and teachers of wickedness. And these accordingly are like the former, not having any fruits of righteousness, for as their mountain was a destitute of fruit, so also such men indeed have a name, but are empty of faith, and there is no fruit of truth in them. They indeed have conversion in their power if they convert quickly, but if they are slow in so doing, they will die along with the former. Why, master, I said, do these have conversions, but the former do not? For their actions are nearly the same. On this account, he said, these have conversions because they did not blaspheme their Elohim, nor become betrayers of the servants of Most High. But on account of their desire of possessions, they became hypocritical, and each one taught according to the desires of men that were sinners. But they will suffer a certain punishment, and conversion is before them, because they were not blasphemers or traitors. And from the third mountain, which had thorns and thistles, they who believed are the following: some of them are rich, and others immersed in much business. The thistles are the rich, and the thorns are they who are immersed in much business.
I'm at 179. Okay.
Those cleave to the servants of Elohim will wander away, being choked by their business transactions, and the rich cleave with difficulty to the servants of Elohim, fearing lest these should ask something of them. Dang, that's deep.
Right.
Yeah. You talk about athletes making millions and billions of dollars.
Yeah. Such person.
But it say fearing lest thieves should ask something of them, right? Because you got the millions of dollars. Like, hey man,
yeah,
put this towards the assembly. You know, we need this for something. You know?
Right. Like, man, I ain't spending my money on no new pews and stuff.
Yeah. Such persons accordingly will have difficulty in entering the kingdom of Elohim.
And that's what Mashiach told you, right? He ain't say that you can't, if you're a rich man, you can't enter. But he said it's hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
For as it is disagreeable to walk among thistles with naked feet, so also it is hard for such to enter the kingdom of Elohim.
Right. So is it impossible to walk among thorns and thistles without no shoes on?
No, difficult.
It's hard though. That thing poking you, all that. Come on.
Be
But to
hollering
all,
every step.
Right.
hmm but to all these conversions, and that speedily is open in order that what they do not do in former times, they make up for in these days and do some good, and they will live to Elohim. But if they abide in their deeds, they will be delivered to those women who will put them to death. And from the fourth mountain, which had much grass, the upper parts of the plants green, and the parts about the roots withered, and some also scorched by the sun, they who believe are the following: the doubtful, and they who have the Most High on their lips, but do not have Him in their heart.
Come on. The
On
doubtful,
this,
and they
yep,
have the Most High on their lips, right?
yep.
They always saying, "Oh, praise God," right? But do not have Him in their hearts, man. Come on, we see this all the time.
On this account, their foundations are withered and have no strength, and their words alone live. While their works are dead, such persons are neither alive. You gotta change it. I'm falling asleep.
Nah, my bad. I was
It
looking at
say,
my book.
it say in their
Neither.
words, it say in their words alone live, right? They
Yeah.
words alone, because hey, when they die, you always gonna be like, yeah,
Did it say works or words?
they words. Because you always
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh yeah, I remember my grandma, she used to always be like, praise God. Her words is always gonna live, right?
Mm-hmm.
But your works, we still gotta show forth. We still gotta keep. That's why he say, guard my commands, right? We just keep it in the simplest aspect. Guard my commands. That's his works, right?
Yeah. Nor
Such
dead.
such persons are neither alive nor dead.
Nor dead. Thank you, bro. They resembled, therefore, the waverers, for the wavering are neither withered nor green, being neither living nor dead. For as their blades on seeing the sun were withered, so also the wavering when they hear of affliction on account of their fear, worship idols and are ashamed of the name of their Elohim. Whoa. Such then are neither alive nor dead, but these also may yet live if they convert quickly. And if they do not convert, they are already delivered to the woman who take away their life. And from the fifth mountain, which had green grass and was rugged, they who believed are the following: believers indeed, but slow to learn, and obstinate, and pleasing themselves, wishing to know everything and knowing nothing at all.
Wow.
Well, on
Knowledge,
account of,
right?
yeah.
Ever increasing, never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
That's that Timothy, I believe.
On account of this obstinacy, I can't pronounce it.
You got it.
On account of this obstinacy of theirs, understanding departed from them, and foolish senselessness entered into them.
That's what he said that he was just talking about. He said he was talking about a brother like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said understanding departed from them, right? He said this brother was going hard in the word, right? But what departed from understanding? And he said now he started reading another scripture or another Bible. I don't know. We'll talk about it later. And foolish senselessness entered into them. Come on, man.
And they praised themselves as having wisdom and desire to become.
That show what they do too.
And desire to become teachers, all those destitute of sense. One account, therefore, of this loftiness of mind may become vain, exalting themselves, for self-will and empty confidence is a great demon.
Come on, that's a great demon. Self-will and empty confidence. loftiness of mind, right? Exalting yourself, right? It's a great demon, man. That's crazy.
Of these, my bad. You good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of these, accordingly, many were rejected, but some converted and believed, and subjected themselves to those that had understanding, knowing their own foolishness, and to the rest of this, my bad, and to the rest of this class, conversion is open, for they were not wicked, but rather foolish and without understanding.
Right, and we was all like that at one point in time. Think about how we was moving. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't just wicked. I can't speak for everybody. You know what I'm saying? But we just foolish out here. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You ain't know no better.
Where we at? Okay, I see where we at.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to the rest of the class, conversion is open, for they were not wicked, but rather foolish and without understanding. Therefore, if these convert, they will live to Elohim. But if they do not convert, they will have their dwelling with the woman who wrought wickedness among them.
And that'll be something good that we'll get some understanding on. What's the difference between wickedness and foolishness, right? Straight up. You know, because wickedness, we know, if you just sit there and think about it, wickedness is deliberately going against the commandments of the Most High. You know, you grew up naturally, you know, not to steal, kill, and all, you know, do all these things, right? But when you do them and knowing that you ain't supposed to do that, and you deliberately going against the commandments of the Most High, right? But in our foolishness, you know what I'm saying? We ain't come up not knowing to celebrate Christmas and stuff like that, right?
Right.
We was in foolishness at one point. Go ahead, Doc.
And those from the sixth mountain, which had clefts large and small, and decayed grass in the clefts, who believed, were the following. They who occupy the small clefts are those who bring charges against one another, and by reason of their slanders have decayed in the faith. Many of them, however, converted, and the rest will also convert when they hear my commandments, for their slanders are small, and they will quickly convert. But they who occupy the large clefts are persistent in their slanders and vindictive in their anger against each other. These, therefore, were thrown away from the time, rejected from having a part in his building. Such persons, accordingly, will have difficulty in living. If our Elohim and Master, who rules over all things, and his power over all his creations, does not remember evil against those who confess their sins, but is merciful, how does man, who is corruptible and full of sins, remember evil against a fellow man?
Right.
And if we were able to destroy or to save him, I, the messenger of conversion, say to you, as many of you as are of this, I, the messenger of conversion, say to you, as many of you are of this way of thinking, lay it aside and convert, and the master will heal your former sins if you purify yourselves from the demon. But if not, you will be delivered over to him for death. And those who believe from the seventh mountain on which the grass was green and flourishing, and the whole of the mountain fertile, and every kind of cattle and birds of the sky were feeding on the grass on this mountain, and the grass on which they pastured became more abundant, were the following. They were always simple and harmless and blessed, bringing no charges against one another, but always rejoicing greatly because of the servants of Elohim, and being clothed with the Holy Spirit of these virgins, and always having pity on every man, and giving aid from their own labor to every man without reproach and without hesitation.
Come
The
on.
master.
Hey, y'all, we got some work to do out here. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got some work. When we start thinking about works, you feel me? Now we start seeing the expansion of keeping the commandments, right? We already dealt with the 12 holy virgins, the 12 virgins, right? And now we seeing it also comes with being, again, simplest, harmless, right? Bringing no charges against one another, right? Rejoicing, right? You know what I'm saying? We got to stay in mind, you know what I'm saying, walking towards perfection in the Most High. Because, again, that's what we seek in the kingdom, right?
Yep.
My bad, you got it.
No, you good. The master, therefore, seeing their simplicity and all their meekness, multiplied them amid the labors of their hands, and gave grace in all their doings. And I, the messenger.
Let me rewind you one time, my last time. I'm gonna try to make it. But he said, and I gave them grace in all their doings, right? That's favored, right? When you see grace, that means favored. Most High gave you favor in everything that you do, man. Come on. Praise y'all, right?
Oh, praise. That's what he said. I came to give them life and have it more abundantly, right?
Right, and more abundantly, right?
And I, the messenger.
Let's read that 198 one more time for him. That hit. That 198 hit.
The master, therefore, seeing their simplicity and all their meekness, multiplied them amid the labors of their hands, and gave them grace in all their doings.
Come on, I multiplied them, right? Not added, right? Multiplied. Timetables, right? Multiplied them of the labors of their hands, right?
Times is better than the plus, right?
Times is better than the plus, right? Amid the labors of your hands, that's what we doing every day out here in captivity, right? Laboring. But he said, I multiplied you in your labor. Come on, praise y'all.
Praise y'all.
That's favorite. Oh, praise.
And I, the messenger of conversion, say to you who are such, continue to be such as these, and your seed will never be blotted out. For the Most High has made trial of you and inscribed you in the number of us, and the whole of your seed will dwell with the Son of Elohim, for you have received of his spirit.
Praise you received his spirit. He said, I made trial of you, right? So when you're going through this, you know what I'm saying? Your kids might be witnessing this, right? He said, I made trial of you. So when you come out this trial and you giving all praises to me, your kids gonna see this too, right? And that's just an example. That's just one example of me, right? I made
That's
trial.
a good one right there. That was a good one.
And they who believe from the eighth mountain, where the many fountains were, and where all the creatures of Elohim drank of the fountains, were the following apostles and teachers who preached to the whole world, and who taught solemnly and purely the word of the Most High, and did not fail and did not fall into evil desires at all, but always walked in righteousness and truth, according as they have received the Holy Spirit. All right, how you doing? Therefore, such persons will enter in with the messengers, and they who believe from the ninth mountain, which was deserted, and in the creeping things and wild beasts which destroy men, were the following.
Wait a minute. 2 or 3.
It's like it's like the page is like rounded or something.
Yeah. We talking about me, all right? We talking.
I can't help it, 'cause I was, hey, I'm just like,
I
you
was like
know.
looking around the corner or something.
That's why I told you. Hey, you just gotta tilt
All
your head some. I
I,
just tilt your head a
right.
little
I sit
bit.
there trying to move my phone like to the side so I can see it.
Yeah. Oh, I said, I'll just tilt your head to the left. You'll get it.
A lot of pictures, right? A lot of pictures.
Where was we at?
203, right at the top.
Well, we got to scoot up some more because I don't remember meeting that.
Yeah, you just read 202.
Oh, okay, okay.
Where the
I'm
following.
gonna
That's where
read. I'm
you
gonna read
left off
202
at.
again. I'm gonna read it again.
Okay.
And they who believed from the ninth mountain, which was deserted, and had in it creeping things and wild beasts which destroy men, were the following: they who had stains as servants, who discharged their duty ill, and who plundered widows and orphans of their livelihood, and gained possessions for themselves from the ministry
From what?
which they had received, from the ministry which
From
they
the
had received.
ministry? They gain possessions for themselves from the ministry? Who does that sound like?
Sound like your local pastor.
Come on, man.
Oh, no, your husband passed away. You know, come give us a little couple dollars and you'll be all right. You know,
Man,
didn't he get a lot of money from? Didn't he have insurance on him? I know you got a couple thousand, Miss Johnson.
hey, and it say they got stains as servants of the Most High. Right? He said, "Come to me perfect. Your garment need to be clean when you slide before me. You got stains on you when you do stuff like this, man."
Therefore, if they remain under the dominion of the same desire, they are dead, and there is no hope of life for them. But if they convert and finish their ministry in a holy manner, they will be able to live.
Hey, ain't it like a pastor that recently converted? Yes or no?
I know the one pastor that my brother's dad that just passed away. His pastor used to a long time ago used to honor the Sabbath, Reverend Mercury and them, but now they honor. I mean, they used to honor the Sunday and all that stuff. But he changed and converted and started going to Sabbath and be talking about Yah and stuff like that.
That's what we're talking about right here. That's what we're talking about right here.
It was a slow transition though because everybody wasn't ready for it. So he was like walking his people into it.
Hey,
man, that's a good thing right there. That's a real good. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he right there. He right there in Phoenix too, right here by us, Phoenix, Illinois. That's all.
That'd be something real nice that that you've been a pastor and you've been teaching for 20 years, and then just out of the blue you're like, I've been reading, we keep it Sunday, but the Bible say remember the Sabbath, and all the apostles and everybody else, they was on the Sabbath, so we're gonna convert back and try to do it the right way instead of what we've been taught, because I can't understand why I'm even here on Sunday.
And that's what they say. It's a slow transition, like he said, though, right? It's not like you can just gather all your sheep and say, you can put them in a truck and say, Nick, this is where we going now. This is our new land, right? It's a slow transition when we maneuver into that land. Regardless, how these people they follow a shepherd. They say my pastor is my shepherd. You feel me? So it's still a slow transition, and that's how you got to bring the people along sometimes. Right?
Yeah. And they who were covered with scabs are those who have denied their Elohim and have not returned to him again, but becoming withered and desert-like and not cleaving to the servants of Elohim, but living in solitude, they destroy their own souls. For as a vine, when left within an enclosure and meeting with neglect, is destroyed and is made desolate by the weeds at its time and in time grows wild and is no longer of any use to its masters, so also are such men as having given themselves up and becoming useless to their Elohim from having contracted savage habits. Therefore, these men have conversion in Therefore, these men have conversion in their power useless. They are found to have denied from the heart. But
Unless you forgot to turn your head sideways. It's unless.
did I say unless?
Now you got to
What did I
turn your
say?
head sideways on the right. You got to turn your head to the right on this one. Now.
What did I say? Useless?
Nah,
Yeah.
you read it.
Yeah,
Oh,
you said useless.
oh, my bad.
It's just
Unless
it's just after you finish reading it, you're gonna have a crook in your neck.
there's a little spot in my glasses blocking it out. Unless they are found to have denied from the heart. But if anyone is found to have denied from the heart, I do not know if he may live.
Deny from the what though? Out?
From the heart.
From what the Most High try, right?
The heart. I do not know if he may live. And I say, this is not for these present days, in order that anyone who has denied may obtain conversion. For it is impossible for him to be saved who now tends to deny his Elohim. But to those who denied him long ago, conversion seems to be impossible. Therefore, if anyone intends to convert, let him do it so quickly before the tower is completed, for if not, he will be utterly destroyed by the woman.
They say when the tower is completed. That means when the tower is completed, you ain't convert. That means there's no more room for you. Right?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go back down for a second, real quick. When it says, where did it go? Oh, for those who denied him long ago, conversion seems to be impossible. This is definitely the one that put the Messiah to death. You know,
we don't possible, not impossible, possible.
Oh, my bad. Dang, my bad. Oh, my fault, Dan.
No, it's all good. I know it's sideways. You try to turn your head straight. Stop trying to turn your head straight. Just keep it sideways.
Let me keep going. Where I'm at 209, right?
Yeah, might as well start there.
Therefore, if anyone intends to convert, let him do so quickly before the tower is completed. For if not, he will be utterly destroyed by the woman. And the chipped stones are the deceitful and the slanderers, and the wild beasts which you saw on the ninth mountain are the same. Let me read that again.
Hey, you know when it say convert quickly? You know how the script say, seek the Most High while he may be found, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what that's talking about, huh?
Yeah. Before the tower is built.
Right.
Seek the Most High before the tower is built. Before the number of the saints are numbered.
Mm-hmm. Where I'm at, the 210?
Yeah. 50 more to go, Art. 50 more to go.
60?
50.
For as wild beasts destroy and kill a man by their poison, so also do the words of such men destroy and ruin a man. These accordingly are mutilated in their faith on account of the deeds which they have done in themselves. Yet some converted and were saved, and the rest.
And that's nasty, because I just caught up with you in the middle of that. But it say, for as wild beasts destroy and kill a man by their poison, right? That can be like a snake. A snake bite, a poisonous snake bite you and kill you within seconds, right?
Right.
So also do the words of such men destroy and ruin the man. So that's what it said. When you're listening to this false doctrine, that's what it's doing, right? It's ruining the
man.
Right. Come on, man.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, Doc.
All right. And the rest who are of such a character can be saved if they convert. But if they do not convert, they will perish with those women whose strength they have assumed. And from the 10th mountain where trees were, and from the 10th mountain where trees were which overshadow certain sheep. They who believe were the following: overseers given to hospitality, who always gladly received into their house the servants of Elohim without dissimulation.
Mm-hmm.
And the overseers never failed to protect by the service the widows and those who were in want, and always maintain a holy conversation.
Hey, I got a question. Listen, we read about the widows a lot, right? Is it still a such thing as widows in our time that we in? That's the question. Like, it just seems like a woman will, a woman, man, it seemed like 70-year-olds remarrying and stuff like that. Like, is it a such thing as a widow in this time? Like,
yeah, they always end up remarrying or, not these days. It seemed like, I could be wrong, but I don't see them. Usually back in the day, after a woman husband dies or something, she usually stay alone. But like
right.
nowadays, they study looking for somebody because they say nobody want to be alone.
Right.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking. Is there such thing as a widow in these times? Because they'll get married and say, like you say, I don't want to be alone, and go remarry at the age of 70. Like, for real. And I've seen it personally. I'm like, is it a such thing as a widow these times? That was just a question. If y'all seen some widows, like that really be,
Let I know. Let I know about it.
yeah, let me know about it. I just ain't seen it. Doc. Okay, I'm back with you, Ma. Let's get it.
All right. All these accordingly will be protected by the Most High forever. They who do these things are honorable before Elohim, and their place is already with the messengers if they remain serving Elohim to the end.
So the what up?
To the end.
Okay.
And from the 11th mountain, where trees were full of fruits, adorned with fruits of various kinds, they who believe were the following: they who suffer for the name of the Son of Elohim, and who also suffer cheerfully with their whole heart and laid down their lives.
1,000-year reign status right there. What we talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What number we on, Shaq?
216.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah,
why then, master, I said, do all these trees bear fruit, and some of them fairer than the rest? Listen, he said, all who once suffered for the name of Elohim are honorable before Elohim. And of all these, the sins were remitted because they suffer for the name of the Son of Elohim.
Dog, look at that right there. They say all who suffer for the name, and Mashiach reconfirmed that when he said, hey, man, you die for my name, man, that's 1,000-year reign status, right? So this even go back way back in the day. This even go back to the time when Jezebel was killing the prophets, right? Come on, suffer for the name. All right, dog, my bad.
And while their fruits are of various kinds, and some of them superior, listen, all, he continued, who were brought before the authorities and were, you gotta move it up. Y'all still there?
Yeah, we still. Dang, it's only right that they kick him out one time.
They probably kicked him out.
One time. We get through it tonight. You know what I'm saying? This is a 4-hour read. That's why I told. Hey, before we got started, I had told my woman, I was like, I warned him. I was like reading this Similitude 2. It took me like 3 days to finish chapter 9. I was like, okay, we'll get through it.
Okay, I'm back, y'all. They kicked me out for a quick second. That's the first time somebody getting kicked out today. I guess we ain't talking about them fake Jews enough.
You gotta
Okay. What we at 218? Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, start at and their fruits, I think. I
Go up
remember
a little
saying
bit.
nah,
Okay, yeah,
that's
you're
where
right.
it's at though. Yeah.
Okay. And why their fruits are of various kinds, and some of them superior. Listen, all, he continued, who were brought before the authorities and were examined and did not deny, but suffered cheerfully, these are held in great honor with Elohim, and of these fruit is superior.
Look at that. It said we gotta suffer cheerfully.
Cheerfully. Hey, like the Maccabees, right?
Right.
Little one.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna jump on this
that Maccabees 4. Suffer cheerfully. Come on. Wow.
But all who were cowards and in doubt, and who reason in their hearts.
And reasons where? And reasons where?
Reason in their hearts.
That's what the Most High seeing. You
whether
like I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. But in your heart, you're like, man, I don't really want to do this. You reasoning in your heart, and the Most High seeing that. Go ahead, Doc.
Reason in their hearts whether they would deny or confess, and yet suffer.
Hey, what that remind you of? That remind you of Abraham and his brother, right?
Right.
Remember?
Right.
When they got through in the fire?
Right. And his brother say, hey,
I don't know. Let me see it. If I see him make it, I'm gonna do what the Most High say.
Right.
Don't it remind you of Peter when Peter denied him? 3 times.
Not necessarily Peter, because Mashiach already called it, right? So when it came to Peter, Mashiach already know how Peter got down. He called him instantly. You feel me?
Right. But Abraham's brother was like, I'm gonna see if he get in trouble, then I'm gonna go different. But if he don't get in trouble, I'm gonna do the same thing.
He said, I'm gonna see what happened in that fire. Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Most High
yeah.
burnt him up. Most High burnt him up, right?
Right. But if he would have stayed with the Most High accordingly before he was thrown in there, probably been walking around that fire just like Abraham. Right.
Hit that 219 again, Doc.
But all who were cowards and in doubt, and who reasoned in their hearts whether they would deny or confess, and yet suffered, of these the fruit is less, because that suggestion came into their hearts.
That suggestion came where?
Into their hearts.
Nobody never knew that you had that suggestion, but the Most High knows, because it's in your heart. Come on.
For that suggestion. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
My bad. For that suggestion that a servant should deny.
Man, that remind you of like people today. You know what I'm saying? Just like preachers today. When they talk about gay marriage and stuff like that.
Yeah, I focus on the pictures first and then talk about what you got to talk about.
Yeah, let's see. That's okay.
7:16.
There we go. That's it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Say what you got to say now.
I said it. I already said it. You better watch out. Most High looking at your heart. The reason why you said that.
What? To focus on the photos first. You know you've been struggling all day getting the photos.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I know. Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, that a servant should deny his master is evil.
Have a care, therefore, you who are planning such things, lest that suggestion remain in your hearts and you perish to Elohim.
Come on, Most High showing you right now. That's what I try your heart.
Right.
I know it all.
I know your thoughts. I know what comes to your mind, right?
Right.
And you who suffer for his name ought to glorify Elohim, because he deemed you worthy to bear his name, that all your sins might be healed.
Come on, man. Mashiach told you bear your cross every day, right? Bear your stake.
Right.
You feel me?
So all the people who don't want to speak up against these abortions and same-sex marriages, Most High see all that. Why ain't you saying nothing?
Why ain't you saying nothing? You know what I'm talking about? Talking about exploiting the fox, y'all male. Why ain't you saying that, Trump? You feel me?
Right.
Come on.
Well, I ain't heard his voice in about an hour.
Okay. That was my wake up call for I.
Therefore, rather deem yourselves happy and think that you have done a great thing if any of you suffer on account of Elohim.
That's bad punctuation. Now, you know we used to. Go ahead.
And take this to heart too. Also, everything we just read, everybody got to remember these things.
Right, and then especially them 12 versions.
The master bestows life on you, and you do not understand, for your sins were heavy. But if you had not suffered for the name of the Most High, you would have died to Elohim on account of your sins. These things I say to you who are hesitating about denying or confessing a knowledge that you have the master, lest deny him, you are delivered up to prison. If the heathen punishes their slaves, when one of them denies his masters, what do you think your Elohim will do? Who has authority over all men?
That's a good question. Like, for real, look at that. Look what the heathen do to you. Look what they did to Toby about his name. Your name is Toby, right? If the heathen punishes this slave for denying his master, the master say your name Toby, he said my name Kunta. What you think? What you think the Most High gonna do? What you think the Most High gonna do? Right? You deny his name, man. Come on.
One of y'all want to read?
I'll pick you up.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it out.
It don't matter. I can get it. Jermaine, you want
it? Hey, Big Man did a lot today. You know, he still he had to take an IV. He drunk some water and took an IV.
Okay. I'm gonna start at 224 again. Okay. I read the 245 and then you finish it off, Shag. 240 or something like that.
Right on.
If the heathen punishes their slaves when one of them denies his master, what do you think your Elohim will do, who has authority over all men?
Right.
Put away these counsels of your heart, that you may continually live to the Most High.
It say do what up?
Put away these counsels of your hearts, these doubts, that you may continually to live to the Most High.
When we say put away the counsels of your heart, that means flee from your own understanding, right? Most High say, I'm your counselor, I'm your guide, right? Come on.
Muslims get mad at you for speaking the truth, but you speaking the truth because of the Most High, though, right?
That's the only reason, not other than
that's the only reason, and that's why you can't be scared to go ahead and let them know, hey, man, hey, 25. And they who believe from the 12th mountain, which was white, are the following. They are as an infant child,
They are
as
the what?
infant children, as infant children. Look at
Hamashiach
that
told
though.
you need to come.
That's why they put that divide between are you black or is you white. You see how they do these things, man?
Mm.
I ain't never seen a white person in my life. Just like I ain't never seen a black person in my life.
I have seen black people in my life. I'm telling them, Hermas, you black than a whole lot, like for real, straight up.
They might be burnt brown now. They might be
No,
burnt brown.
no, no.
Are the following. They are as infant children, in whose heart no evil originates, nor
Right.
did they know what wickedness is, but always remain as children.
That's how Mashiach told us we need to come. Innocent. Remember
Right,
that definition of innocent? Here it is right here. Remember, he's like, what you think
right.
of innocent? This is what innocent is. They are infant children in whose heart is no evil originates. Right? That's the
Right.
innocence, man.
Such accordingly, without doubt, dwell in the kingdom of Elohim, because they defiled the commandments of Elohim in nothing.
And nothing. That means you didn't defile the commandments of the Most High.
Right. But they remain like children all the days of their life in the same mind.
Come on.
Basically, they didn't eat from the tree of the
Right.
knowledge of good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of you, then, who will remain steadfast and be as children without doing evil, will be more honored than all who have been previously mentioned. For all infants are honorable before Elohim and are the first persons with him.
That's why Mashiach told you to come like that. That's why Mashiach told Nicodemus, man, you gotta go back into the womb. You gotta go back into the womb. You feel me? He's like, how I'm gonna go back into the womb? I'm a grown man. That's what he's talking about right here.
Right, right. Blessed then are you who put away wickedness from yourselves and put on an innocence.
Right. We just said what innocence was. There it is now. Now it ain't just
Purity,
our
right,
saying now. Now we reading it. This is innocence. Walking as an infant before the Most High. You don't know wickedness.
you will live to Elohim as the first of all. After he has finished the similitudes of the mountains, I said to him, Master, now explain to me about the stones that were taken out of the plain and put into the building instead of the stones that were taken out of the tower, and about the round stones that were put into the building, and those that still remain round.
Right.
Here he answered about all these also. The stone taken out of the plain and put into the building of the tower instead of those that were rejected are the roots of the white mountain. Therefore, when they who believed from the white mountain were all found gods, the most high of the tower, huh?
No, the godless with no deceit, right?
Mm-hmm. The most high of the tower commanded those from the roots of this mountain to be cast into the building of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
For he knew that if these stones were to go to the building of the tower, they will remain bright, and not one of them will become black. But if he had so resolved with respect to the other mountains, it would have been necessary for him to visit the tower again and to cleanse it. Now, all these persons Now all these persons were found white who believe, and who will yet believe, for they are of the same race.
Same race. Go ahead, out.
Hey,
This
there was something you said before that. Gotta go
on the
back to
other
that
one,
page. Yeah. It was like at the end down there.
but if he had so resolved with respect to the other mountains, it would have been necessary for him to visit the tower again and to cleanse it.
yeah. Wait, let me
Or is
see.
it
Where
up a
was
little
that
bit?
at? No, where was that you just okay, yeah. So go back up one. It says, for if he knew if these stones were to go to the building of the tower, they will remain bright, and not one of them will become black. These are the people that he's saying that's from this one tower, because you know that these the ones like Shaq said or before that they have no goal.
Uh-huh.
But if he had not, but he have not, but if he had, let me see, for if he knew that if these stones were to go to the building of the tower, they will remain bright, and not one of them will become black. But if he had so resolved with respect to the other mountains, so if he would have basically took stones from one of these other mountains, it would have been necessary for him to visit that tower again to cleanse it. So these other mountains would have been bad for the building of this tower.
Right. Because
And
of
Where
the
they
it came
go.
judgment,
from.
right?
Then they go
Huh?
back to that Hebrews too. And they go back to that Hebrews where it say Mashiach can come die for you again, also. Right?
Mm.
Mm. That's it. That's all I want to say there.
Okay. Now all these persons were found white who believe, and who will yet believe, for they are of the same race. This is a happy race, because it is innocent. Hear now further about these round and shining stones.
Okay, because we remember
Uh,
these round and shiny stones, because everything was rectangular, remember? Everything was
mhm.
rectangular stones. It's like, how are these round, shiny stones gonna fit? Because if you chisel them, remember we talk about the chiseling more? If you chisel them, they're gonna be smaller, and they ain't
Yeah.
gonna be able to fit. If you chisel them into a square, right? I mean a rectangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
All these are also from the White Mountain. Here, moreover, why they were found round, because their riches had obscured and darkened them a little from the truth.
Mm.
That's what you was talking about with that on that last verse from that other mountain. Although they never departed from Elohim, nor did any evil word proceed out of their mouth, but all justice, virtue, and truth.
Mm.
When the master therefore saw the mind of these persons, that they were born good and could be good, he ordered their riches to be cut down.
What if their riches? The what up?
To be cut down.
Who did that?
The Most High.
Okay.
Not to be taken away forever, that they might be able to do some good with what was left them.
Mm.
And they will live to Elohim, because they are of a good race.
So what is a good race? What is a good race?
Righteous race.
But are we talking about like, are we talking about Israelites? Are we talking about what is a good race?
A good race is basically because it's only you got the human race, some good, some evil, just like you got Israelite race, some good, some evil. You got white race, some good, some evil, but they are one in Christ and the Messiah, right? So the ones that's good and Messiah is the good race. No Jew or Gentile, right? We're all one in Messiah.
Okay.
That's the good race.
I take that. All one in my Shiat. Good race. I like that one.
Oh, I heard his voice. Where you been, Op? I'm gonna call you absent, Op.
He got too many names. I can't keep up with him.
He got too many of them,
I'm
Young,
He
here
got a
arguing.
lot of
young,
names,
young,
It's
spooky
just a lot going
Republican,
on today.
spooky. And it's just too many. We just call him
Moochie Ock, Republican Ock.
right.
He got he bad.
Absent out, what you just gave him? You said,
Absolute.
we just call him. Hey, anytime you just hear somebody say Ock, we talking about y'all meal. It's just too many names. Ock.
Now I was gonna say, cause I think, they said the Most High could have raised up a people from the stones. You know what I mean? So yeah, we all one in the Most High. That's it. We're walking His ways.
You missed a lot of good reading. Now I'm gonna tell you that.
Nah, I was here. I was here.
Are you listening? Okay.
Yeah.
Therefore, they were rounded a little by the chisel and put in the building of the tower. But the other round stones, which had not yet been adapted to the building of the tower and had not yet received the seal, were for this reason put back into their place, because they are exceedingly round.
I mean, you can't chisel them out, right? You can't do
Mhm.
nothing with them.
Now this age must be cut down in these things.
Well, hey, what it say though? It say now this age. Now this age. Think about the age that we are in, right?
Right.
And what
Well,
they
you
care
gonna have
about in this
crazy.
age. What they care about in this age. Go and read that 239. What they care about in this age, Jack?
Now this age must be cut down in these things, and in the vanities of their riches.
Mm-hmm.
And then they will meet in the kingdom of Elohim.
Come on, because
For
everybody know we in the last times right now. Even people that ain't
Mhm.
even like, oh, I done heard Gentiles say, they ain't even in no truth, no nothing. They be like, hey, World War III is upon us. We in these last times. I'm like, come on, man.
Okay, for they must of necessity enter into the kingdom of Elohim, because the master has blessed this innocent race. Of this race, therefore, no one will perish. For although any of them might be tempted by the most wicked devil and commit sin, he will quickly return to his master. You see that? He said, for although any of them might be tempted by the most wicked devil and commit sin, he will quickly return to his master. Was that a righteous man falls and get right back up, right? I
Yep,
deem
that's
you
exactly that.
happy.
Possibly.
I deem you happy. I, who am the messenger of the conversion. Whoever of you are innocent as children, because your part is good and honorable before the Most High Yah.
Okay. Because the Most High try that heart. He said your heart is innocent. You might have committed that sin, but I know your heart innocent. Right?
Moreover, I say to you all who have received the seal of the Son of Elohim, be clothed with simplicity.
Right?
That's one of them women, right? And
sure.
do not be mindful of offenses, nor remain in wickedness. Go ahead, Doc.
I didn't mean what you did back in the day when you repented for your sins that you did back in the day, right? It's on. Don't be mindful of them offenses, right? Because it's always because we always want as walking as servants of the Most High. You be like, I remember when. Say, don't be mindful of them offenses, right?
Nor remain in wickedness.
Come on, right? Because you be like, man, I ain't worthy to walk in the ways of the Most High. And as soon as you say that, what you gonna do? Walk in wickedness.
Start saying it. Yeah. Therefore, lay aside the recollection of your offenses.
Recollection,
Lay aside,
recall, right?
So lay aside the recollection of your offenses and bitternesses and bitternesses, and you will be formed in one spirit.
Praises. So we know there's many spirits out here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Formed in one spirit. That's that set apart spirit right there.
And heal and take away from you those wicked schemes, that if the Most High of the flocks comes, he may rejoice concerning you. Oh, praise.
The
That's
master
And
of the
he,
flock. Who's the master of the
scheme.
flock? Go ahead, my bad.
Well, that's wicked schemes. My bad.
okay,
Wicked scheme.
okay. What did I say? Wicked schemes?
I don't know what you said. But
Yeah, that's what you said.
hey,
But
we
it's
can't
schemes
master.
it's like devices. That's what a
Yeah.
scheme is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Devise, a plot, you know what I'm saying? But that the master of the flock comes, that's what you're trying to deal with. Who is the master of the flock? That's Mashiach, right?
Right.
Okay.
That if the master of the flock comes, he may rejoice concerning you.
Right.
Look at my servant. He done overcome. We shall overcome. Y'all been doing a lot of Hezekiah today.
And that's where you're going too far when you try to sing it. Just keep rolling, just keep rolling.
And he will rejoice if he finds all things sound, and none of you will perish. But if he finds any one of these sheep strayed, woe to the shepherds.
Wow. Wait. When they say woe to the shepherds, who is we really talking about right here?
Man, we talking about preachers.
That's talking about
Woe
pastor
to the
man.
preachers. Pastors, yeah. But if he finds any one of these sheep strayed, woe to the shepherds. Right?
Wow. So that means as a shepherd, quote unquote, you wasn't doing your job, right?
Right. You got to keep the flock.
Come on, what David told you. He said, if I seen any bear lion, I'm talking about, kind of run up on my
Pluck
sheep.
him out of his mouth.
Come on.
Guilty.
Right.
And if the shepherds themselves have strayed, what answer would they give him for their flocks?
Come on, read that one more time, please.
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead. My bad.
So, that goes back to like with a man's obedience of his household. You know what I'm saying? What that goes back to even like your own household, being a shepherd of your own house.
What's the first thing we trying to save? We can't save the world. So what do we need to save first? Come on, man.
Yeah, family.
Right. That's the first thing the Most High give us to save. Our first thing is we come into this truth that we got to save the world. I'm about to tell every Israelite that he is Israelite. You know what I'm saying? All these things in your household is still in disarray. Right? Don't even make sense. That's the first thing we say when we come into the knowledge of the truth. You know what I'm talking about? And start worshiping the Most High in spirit and truth. But I read that one more time, and then I'm gonna leave y'all alone for real, because we about to be done anyway.
But if he finds any one of these sheep strayed, woe to the shepherds. And if the shepherds themselves have strayed, what answer will they give him for their flocks?
Come on, look at that. And if the shepherd strayed himself, right? Right? I didn't, they didn't have that Puff Daddy stuff come out, and then they showed like TD Jakes' church. There was nobody in that big church. You feel me? And if the shepherd strayed, himself strayed, right? What answer is he gonna? He ain't got no answer for them. Let somebody say, what was you doing at P. Diddy party? He ain't got no answer. Right?
I was trying to heal them.
I was trying to. Okay.
Will they perhaps say that they were harassed by their flocks? They will not be believed.
Right.
For the thing is incredible that a shepherd could suffer from his flock.
Could a shepherd suffer from his flock?
Man. He shouldn't be able to, right? Especially
No,
if he's
he
speaking the
can't.
truth.
It's impossible. He can't. He can't.
Rather, he will be punished on account of his falsehood.
Right.
Just like you said. And I myself am a shepherd, and I am under the most stringent
Right.
necessity
Right.
of rendering an account of you.
That's what a shepherd
Therefore,
is about. If you say
mhm,
I'm shepherding all these people under me, right? You under the most stringent, right? Like you can't slip up for nothing. You know what I'm talking about? Anything you do is under scrutiny, for sure.
therefore, seek the most high way may be found. Oops. Therefore, heal yourselves while the tower is still building.
All praises.
The most high dwells in men that love peace.
Right?
Mm. The most high dwells in men that love peace.
Right.
Because he loved peace.
Hmm?
But from the contentious and the utterly wicked, he is far distant.
All praises. I love that right there. That 248 hit.
It do. Restore to him, therefore. Wait, man, let me go back to that 248, man, because the Most High dwells in men that love peace.
Right?
You ever,
leave with you. Go ahead, my bad.
like when you think about it, like you be happy about your brother, just like, man, like last week, man, I was happy to see everybody here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it just, everything that's good, you should love it. You know what I'm saying? It gives you a peace. It messes with you. You know what I'm saying? Somebody turning to the Most High, that messes with you. You be happy about that. Almost about to come to a tear because he loves peace. But from the contentious and the utterly wicked, he is far distant. Go ahead, it's on you now. 249 to 260.
Republican not. Smoochie out. Absent not. There's another one for you.
Absent not. Go ahead.
I guess I'll pick it up. I guess he's being absent not right now.
I got it. No,
Okay.
my bad. My woman was saying something to me. Where we at with it?
249 at the bottom. Restore to him.
Restore to him, therefore, a spirit. Restore to him, therefore, a spirit as sound as you received it.
Right.
For when you have,
I disagree. As sound as you received it, right? And just me and you was talking about the other day. What we say, like Eshawn say, that zeal when we first came into this truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure, man. Yeah, like when you first came into this truth, there's nothing like it, man. Straight up.
Right.
Man.
Restore to him for the spirit of sound as you received it, right?
Hey, I kind of like my bad. Like it said like when it hits the it's like smooth like honey, but then it hits the belly, it's bitter. It's like that. You know what I mean? You get this truth. I was like, you excited? I'm an Israelite. You learning the statutes, commandments, the holy days, and all that. And the next thing you know, man, you now that spiritual war, being conscious to the war. You gotta keep these commandments. You see the seriousness of it. And that's when it kind of get bitter, man. You might catch yourself falling. Even though a righteous man falls 7 times, but every time you fall, you feel that fall, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And like you just gonna fall, huh?
You gonna scrape your knee, have to put a band-aid on for sure.
Straight up. You ain't gonna fall, but I'm gonna get back up. Nah, if you really in the truth, you gonna fall and that you gonna feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you gonna feel that chastisement, man. So yeah, yeah, for sure. As sound as you received it. For when you have given a new garment to a fuller and desire to receive it back whole at the end, if then the fuller returns a torn garment to you, will you take it from him and not rather be angry and abuse him, saying, I gave you a garment that was whole? Why have you rent it and made it useless, so that it can be of no use on account of the rent which you have made in it?
And then when we come into this truth, the Most High really, once we seek Him, we get full doctrine, right? But once we start going according to our own understanding, man, we ripping that garment, right? Straight up, we ripping that garment. You feel me? You know, when the doctrine ain't whole, it ain't full, man. It's basically useless. I can't say I'm about to put my best garment on, but it got a whole rip in the back of it, right? So it's the same thing with the doctrine. I'm about to give, I'm about to go. You might go talk to somebody, and I'm about to give him the basura, right? The good news, right? But it got a rip in it, right? It's not full. Go ahead,
Let's see. Would you not say all this to the fuller about the rent which you found in your garment? Therefore, if you grieve about your garment and complain because you have not received it whole, why do you think that the master will do? What do you think that the master will do to you, who gave you a sound spirit,
right?
Which you have rendered altogether useless, so that it can be of no service to its possessor. Oh, that kind of like the talents parable.
Right.
Yeah, don't hide your talent. You gotta use your talent. Just like the talents, you gotta use your talents, man.
Even if we go,
he ain't give you this knowledge to keep to yourself. You got it out.
Right, and even if we're using our talents, right? Most High give us our talents to, speak His word, proclaim His word, but we're not doing it. You know what I'm saying? In a sound manner, in a sound spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doing it like, oh, it's a spirit for Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not in a sound spirit. You feel me?
Right,
it's useless.
yeah.
It's rendered useless, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gave you this sound doctrine for you to go. You got the motivation, you got the zeal to want to go preach on the corner. I gave you sound doctrine, but then you start going on doctrine of what you want to speak, because you want to just talk to Israel. It ain't sound no more. It's rendered useless, man.
For its use begin to be unprofitable.
Its use is what?
Begin to be unprofitable.
I told you go speak my word, and then you told this Gentile he can't be saved. It's unprofitable.
Right. It's unprofitable. Right now, the whole world looking at, they got something negative to say. You tell people you're an Israelite, they think they think you don't like them. You know what I'm saying?
Right, unprofitable. You putting a smear on a whole campaign.
Mm-hmm. And now they can label you as a hate group. You know what I'm saying? Because of the things that some of our brothers are saying.
Unprofitable.
Seeing it was corrupted by you. Therefore, will the master, because of this conduct of your regarding his spirit.
Because of what?
Because of this conduct of yours regarding his spirit, man.
Because of the conduct of yours regarding his spirit.
Regarding his spirit that he blessed you with, straight up. Most High ain't just giving out His set apart spirit all willy-nilly, right? What they used to say, all willy-nilly, right?
Right. Nah, yeah, straight up.
Go ahead,
No, you listen to you, but yeah, the Most High got chosen ones, man, and that's deep.
Right. I bless you with my set apart spirit, and look at your conduct, and look how you acting when I bless you with my spirit. Come on. Come on, man.
Not act in the same way and deliver you over to death.
Read it from the top out, 252 again.
For its use begin to be unprofitable,
Right.
seeing it was corrupted by you.
Seeing this corrupted by who?
By you.
The person who the Most High blessed. Right? I blessed you. I blessed you with this understanding, this knowledge, this wisdom. But you corrupted it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Therefore, will the Most High, because of this conduct of yours regarding his spirit, not act in the same way and deliver you over to death.
Most High gonna get you.
Assuredly, I say, he will do the same to all those whom he will find retaining a recollection, right, of offenses. Do not trample his mercy underfoot.
Right.
He says, but rather honor him, because he is so patient with your sins,
Right.
and is not as you are. Okay. Convert, for it is useful to you.
Yeah,
All these things,
right?
Let's see. All these things which are written above, I, the shepherd, the messenger of conversion, have shown and spoken to the servants of Elohim. Hold on.
To the right eye. Tilt your head to the right eye. It'll be straight.
We back. All right. Spoken to the servants of Elohim. Therefore, if you believe and listen to my words and walk in them and amend your ways, you will have it in your power to live.
Look at that. Look at that. These are three things that you need to do. Believe, listen to his words, right? And walk in them, right?
That's the same thing.
That faith. Ways. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's that same thing talked about earlier, that faith, and then that able to, I forgot that word they used, but overcome, you know what I'm saying, your desires. And then you get the power, you know what I'm saying? Same thing we talked about earlier.
Right.
And it in your power to live. But if you remain in wickedness and in the recollection the recollection of offenses, no sinner of that class will live to Elohim. All these words which I had to say have been spoken to you. The shepherd said to me, have you asked me? Okay. Have you asked me everything?
Right, because he kept on asking questions, right? He was like, man, you still got questions? Have you asked me everything? Go ahead.
And I replied, yes, master. Why did you not ask me about the shape of the stones that were put into the building, that I might explain to you why we filled up the shapes? And I said, I forgot, master.
That's an honest answer, right?
Hear now then, he said, about this also. These are they who have now heard my commandments and converted with their whole hearts. And when the Most High saw that their conversion was good and pure, and that they were able to remain in it, he ordered their former sins. Okay, hold on. Let's go right back up. And when the And when the Most High saw that their conversion was good and pure, and that they were able to remain in it,
Right.
he ordered their former sins to be blotted out. So he don't just forgive you like that, huh?
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It gotta be good and pure. You gotta remain in that fight.
Right. That's why he said those who endure to the end will be saved.
Right.
Remain in it. Right. Remain in it.
That's deep. That ain't so. You know, if you just think, oh, just say, "Ask God forgive you," and you know what I'm talking about. It don't work like that.
Good and pure and able to remain in it.
Right.
Those who endure to the end shall be saved.
For these shapes were their sins.
Right.
And they were leveled down that they might not appear.
Okay.
That was dope. That was a nice ending.
All praises.
Praise
All right.
That was good.
Man, it's 8:24.
I told y'all. Hey, the warning came early.
Yeah.
We
I ain't even think. I thought it was maybe 6 o'clock, and then I looked. I think the thing said after 8, but let's go ahead because it's gonna be like a 5-hour here.
That's why we had to say loud one time. Like, y'all know we about to read. Hey, big man came. You know, he cut the grass real quick on y'all.
Hey, let's hit this Psalm 127 real quick. It's a short one too. Let's go.
Okay, get there. Psalm 127. If Yahuwah does not build the house, its builders have labored in vain. If Yahuwah does not guard the city, the watchmen have stayed awake in vain. In vain do you rise up early to sit up late to eat the bread of toil, so he gives his beloved sleep. So he gives his beloved sleep. Look, children are an inheritance from Yahuwah. The fruit of the womb is the reward. As arrows in the hand of a mighty man, so are the children of one's youth. Blessed is the man who has filled his quiver with them. They are not ashamed when they speak with their enemies in the gate. All praise to the Most High.
All praise to the Most High.
All praises, man.
All praises to the Most High.
That was a good reading, y'all. That was a good reading. All praise.
Yeah, that was good.